Welcome back, everyone. I'm sorry I had to disconnect so that the recording would save, log out, and log back in. So we'll just give some time for everyone to join in. Thank you. Great. I think we're all back from the break. Hope you all had a splendid short break, refreshed yourself, and stretched. Remember to breathe. Out, relax. Let's take this. So our next speaker I will put in the chat section will be Professor Dr. Okey Martins. He'll be speaking on understanding the interpersonal dimensions of ABA supervision. So, Mr. Okey Martins, let me show you a slide and you can take the floor. Let me give some house rules. So, if you have questions for the presenter, please leave the questions in the chat box. We have people logging in. I guess what, because of that transition, might take some time for them to join in and gain the momentum we had earlier.
Let me.
Yes, Mr. Martin, Dr. Martins.
Yes. Sorry, please. Can you? Are you seeing my presenter view?
Yes, I actually shared it.
Okay.
Do
Just
you want to share it yourself?
yes. I thought I can share myself.
All right, give me 1 minute. Let me make you a presenter.
Okay.
Down here.
While the talk is going on, let me welcome Dr. Okey Martins. I hope you are there. Dr.
And
Okey
Dr.
Martins,
Martins, you can share your slides.
Okay.
Dr. Okey Martins,
Sir.
how you doing? I want to sing your national anthem for you. Nyandu.
Oh, uh, do we want to do that, sir?
No, no, I'm just cracking up again. I'm still learning how to react. If I did bathroom, I'll be practicing it. It's a national slogan. The national.
Well, thank you very much, sir. Um, and thanks to everyone here present. Um, my name is Mazi Nwokolo. It is indeed a privilege and a special honor to be part of ABAN's commemoration of World Behavior Analysis Day celebration. So it is in honor of the field and also the joyful expression of my cultural identity as Mazi and as Igbo. You could see me along with my heart. So I would like to give Aban some greeting and the audience as well by saying Aban Kwenu. Usually when we say Kwenu, the response is yeah. So we usually say it 3 times. So Aban Kwenu.
Kwenu.
Yeah,
Aban
Yeah.
Kwenu.
yeah,
Yeah.
Kwenu.
Yeah.
Yeah. So actually, to be honest with you, Kwenu is an invitation to readiness, is an invitation to acceptance. So when you say yeah, you're only actually expressing your consent to proceed. That being said, let's proceed. I don't know, many of you are on social media. Perhaps you've been hearing, and just like I do, been hearing statements about people asking and saying, "What do you bring to the table? What do you bring to the table?" It's all over the social media in recent times, and so my question for you today in this meeting is, what do you bring to the ABA supervision table? I'm just kidding. ABA supervision is a special type of relationship, and just like all relationships, people bring a lot of things to the table. A lot of things to the table. Mama earlier talked on about trauma and just how the role of trauma can be long lasting. It can be pervasive, and even though the distance in time can be much, but people who have had traumas, like she explained, would live with the triggers. They would live with the conditioning that has happened. And here you go with the amygdala hijack and all of that that comes with it. So in the same way, uh, ABA professionals are also human beings who have been raised in cultures. Okay, so they come to the table with who they are, with their histories of reinforcement, with their histories of fears, of beliefs, of meaning making processes, ideas about how to interpret the world and make sense of what is valuable. When I wore my hat, I would have liked to ask you what you thought. Okay, so this hat usually is that then it identifies the Igbo. And that is also the same thing with all the cultural identity groups that we belong to. So look at what happens. When people see the identity signals, they make up their minds. They come with prejudices, with stereotypes, with all kinds of things that they have historically associated with that identity. Whether it's gender, whether it's age, whether it's geographical location, wherever you live, or and things like that. Okay. It could be marital status, financial or economic status. All of these um, identity groups, cultural identifiers, they come with assumptions that we bring to the table. So when we see people, sometimes we don't see through them. We just see what they represent and what we have historically learned to associate with those identities that we have for them. And that is the same thing about whether something is real, whether when in supervision relationships, power dynamics and things like that, how we interpret the role of the supervisor, how we receive supervision as well. Okay, so like I said earlier, our meaning making processes are very personal and they're individual. But we are, even though people are raised in the same cultural group, cultural environment, people would manifest their individuality in their lives, even in their professional practice. You can be a head of state and still be influenced by those places, the schools that you went to, the environmental conditions that happened, the trauma history that you have garnered all over the time in your growing up. Okay, so all of those histories have shaped who you are. They shaped your attitude. They have also shaped your perception. Okay, and I'm sure you'll be asking, what are we, where are we going with this, and how is this related? Because ABA is a teamwork, right? All aspects of applied behavior analysis, the science of it, the technology of it, they involve teamwork. And because supervision is a critical part of it, all right, it also involves teamwork, it is relationship. So all the dynamics that happen in the typical relationships are also on the table. Anyway, before we dive too far into what supervision brings to the table of ABA, let's take a look at some of the learning objectives, key learning objectives, and takeaway from this presentation. What is this presentation bringing to the table today? Okay, so we'll learn about, sort of a little bit of overview of the importance of clinical supervision. We'll discuss supervision as a relationship, the issues of working alliance, the interpersonal dimensions of supervision. We'll look at pairing, relationship building, communication, and feedback mechanism, and cultural competence. Okay, so it is a whole load of work to do. But here we go. So, um, what what is ABA? I mean, you have been through of course, many of you. I think defining ABA amongst ABA professionals would be like preaching to. But for emphasis and also just for the benefit of those who may just be coming to our field, today, who just joined us because they want to know what ABA is or celebrate. Let me just reiterate that ABA is a discipline, it's a scientific discipline, right? It's a discipline that focuses on the understanding and the improving understanding and improving behavior, right? So ABA professionals use well-established strategies, science data-based strategies to increase behaviors that are desirable. Not only that, but also to decrease or reduce undesirable behaviors. ABA professionals also use these scientific methods, and remember, these scientific methods, they are applied, they are analytic, technological, conceptually systematic. So it's a kind of advanced science. Okay, so they use this ABA, these technologies, in a way that helps to ensure that every individual, particularly those who have developmental disabilities like autism and related conditions, that they are able to contact social reinforcers, that they're able to live meaningful life and be able to become the best that they can be. Okay, so that's what ABA is in a nutshell. Okay, so but the remarkable difference is that the professionals have to use data-driven techniques to assess these behaviors, to design their interventions, and to measure outcomes. So it's not only knowing what you want to do, of finding the behavior you want to reduce, for example, It's also defining, operationally defining the behavior, but also using data to know when you are making progress and to know which intervention is actually working at the time. Okay, so that's really what ABA is about, to make sure that people reach their fullest potentials and these people being consumers of ABA services. Okay. And I hope I'm not limiting application of our amazing fields to just developmental disabilities. There are a whole lot of ways that ABA can be applied. About 2, 3 years ago, I wrote about how that we can apply ABA to addressing the issues of corruption in Nigeria. Okay, so but that's a story for another day. So, like I implied earlier on, APA professionals would use their amazing skill sets to increase adaptive behaviors. Okay, because this science is based on some advanced and if you like, complex behavior principles, it is not easy for people to just take the technology and operate it on their own. So supervision is important, and it's very important in APA because it is, in fact, it is the bedrock of the science, it's the bedrock of the technology. The idea that someone who is experienced, who has mastered these principles, who have gone through years of rigorous learning and have been in the field knows something that the one who just came into the field needs to know to grow and to become competent. Okay, so supervisors, supervisory relationships are important for this reason because without supervision, ABA cannot become the best, the effective treatment that it is. Okay, so quality of supervision and quality of ABA outcomes is a function of some of these things that happen in the interaction in the supervision relationships, and that's where the supervision plays a better role. Okay, so ABA supervision involves some structured relationship that focuses on enhancing the professional development of the supervisee being the one who is being trained. Okay, so if you think in terms of roles, the supervisor is more like a mentor, educator, a trainer, right? And then the supervisee is a learner. Okay, just learning to drive. He has done the theory. He's learning the practice. He's learning to put it together, to put all this, what we call conceptually systematic principles together. So with the help of the supervisor. So the supervisor, the supervisee is a future leader, is a future supervisor. Okay, and remember, supervision can range from just clinical supervision, in which a more, let's say, a BCBA or a behavior analyst is in a section with a registered behavior technician or a behavior technician who is implementing behavior treatment plans and supervising and giving feedback and all of that. Supervision can also be the supervision of the supervisor. All right, so supervision of supervision, meaning uh, intending behavior analysts to being supervised in the field and getting experience about how to supervise. Okay, much of our focus will be on the other one, the clinical supervision of behavior technicians. Okay, so supervision basically ensures that interventions are carried out consistently and ethically, and that support is given to our practitioners. A well-supervised ABA team can adapt strategies based on data and offer ongoing training, ongoing support, and address challenges that may arise. So, in a nutshell, ABA is ABA is a powerful tool for changing behavior, for improving lives, but it can only be that if the implementation is effective. Okay, so supervision in applied behavior analysis is an intervention designed to ensure that our field produces the results and that people are functioning out there. So together, we all create a pathway for our clients to become the best that they can be to reach their goals. Okay, so let's take a look at the interpersonal dimensions of ABA practice, ABA supervision and practice. So remember, we have established that the supervisor and the supervisee are in relationship. And, you know, this relationship is structured. So there is power differential. There are role defined, clearly defined roles. Okay. Um, but these people, the supervisor is experienced, is trained, is, if someone will say stage on stage, is the honor, maybe some have that, but the supervisor is just a learner. Assumptions may happen, assumptions that can derail this procedure, where the supervisor is seeing himself as, I am the sage, I know it all, or the supervisor is seeing himself as, well, I don't know anything, I'm just a novice, I can't know anything. Okay, so that can be misleading. Therefore, my point in this slide is to establish that because people come into relationships, into supervision supervisory relationships, knowing or being aware of their professional preparations and their roles, that fact on its own does not make the supervision relationships immune from all of those things that happen when two people from different backgrounds come together. If I'm your supervisor and you see me with this hat, you say, oh, that's an Igbo man. He's my supervisor. Your brain activates memories of all the things you know, all the prejudices. So I kind of alluded to this earlier. But you begin to see me from that lens. So being an ABA professional does not clean out all those cultural conditioning and influences. I want us to be aware of that. And because of that, all the conflicts, all the exchanges, all the things that happen in relationships can happen in the superficial relationship. Therefore, understanding the interpersonal dimensions of ABA supervision and practice is crucial for fostering effective supervision relationships between supervisors and technicians. Okay, so this, like you can see on the slide, these dimensions will involve communication styles, feedback mechanisms, emotional intelligence, and all of that, those things that contribute to a supportive and constructive supervisory environment. Okay, so I alluded earlier to some of the challenges, sources of challenges in supervision. I've talked about things like your histories of trauma, okay, histories of perception, conditionings, and histories, repertoires of meaning making processes, okay. But again, other sources include like power differential, just this idea that I am in position. In fact, supervision is a relationship of power differences. There is Oga, and there is the one that is taking that is the servant, so to say. The perception would now lead to how you actually operate the supervision process. If you see it as I'm the boss, and you see it as is the learner or is the servant, that can impact. So that speaks to your supervision style. Okay. So whether your supervision style is directive or collaborative, whether there are cultural conflicts, conflict resolution, you know, all of these dimensions will dig deeper into them. We will dig deeper into them as we go. But just know that just like we do pairing being a process where you sort of begin to establish relationship with your client. It also happens in supervision. You have to pair with your supervisor. Okay, so I mean, there are two aspects, right? So you're pairing yourself with the reinforcer so that you become a reinforcer. With your presence signals somebody I want to be with. Okay, and that comes to establish building rapport. Okay, so when you set up your meeting, you have an agenda, written agenda for your supervision section. This is what we're going to do. This is when we're going to do it. This is, that agenda sort of, creates opportunity for all aspects to be addressed. So building rapport is key. Developing a strong rapport between supervisor and the supervisee. It enhances engagement, and it can be achieved through informal interactions and team building activities. Some things like icebreakers, people find ways of just trying to sort of get to know. Actually, in the field of counseling, for which I also is a different hat that I wear, where we talk about something called respectful model. And that respectful model is more like, establishing rapport with someone by first attuning their to their presentations, by expressing yourself, presenting yourself in a way that you are aware of all these conditionings that we've talked about. For example, I'm saying, and this is usually what happens. You can see that I speak with a very strong Igbo accent, right? So, and I work in an environment where sometimes some people struggle to understand what I say. So I usually present myself in supervision as well. I have this origin. I am Igbo. This is what Igbo is. I'm from Nigeria. And one of the things that nationality has prepared me for is to speak in the way that I speak. So please, I may say things that you may not understand. I may say things that, and when that happens, could you please call my attention so that I can reframe, rephrase, or re-say what I said? Okay. So you see, it kind of puts that anxiety out there. It kind of removes all that kind of barrier and all the things that might emanate from that kind of, any impaired relationship issue that might come from it. Okay. So that helps to build rapport and it makes the people to feel comfortable. Communication style is also a very important thing. Because effective communication, we've talked about ABA being a teamwork and supervision being teamwork. But communication is key to any team. Effective communication, therefore, is critical. So, as supervisors, you must be aware that your communication methods would impact the way the communication is received. Okay, so please adapt them to each person, right? Remember, our science is individualized. Our technology is individualized, so it's not like a general program. So when you're supervising Mr. A, Miss B, and B or Brother C, they are all individuals that come to the table with different histories or different backgrounds. So find way to infuse what you know about those backgrounds to increase communication. Um, I recommend clarity. Just be clear. Use open dialogue in your communication. It helps to build trust. And when you have a trusting relationship, it ensures that your supervisees they feel comfortable in discussing challenges and questions. Feedback. Remember, if supervisors are evaluators as well, so they're going to decide whether you are competent in the skills that you have been trained on. Okay, so they perform an evaluation role, and some of the dynamics that come with that is that from the supervisor's perspective is making sure that all these things, all these prejudice and stereotypes and all of these ideas of how they perceive people of different cultural groups do not interfere with the objectivity or interpretation of those competence milestones. So it is important that the supervisor understands that. And also be able to position, have the skill to interpret when people are using all the things that have helped them in the past, coping strategies, coping skills that they have used in previous relationships, which they bring into the supervision. Some of that could be, some what some people call emotional blackmail. People use strategies like impression management. Okay, you know how you post pictures on Facebook, right? I don't know about you, but sometimes when I even post pictures, I probably it's usually not the first picture. So I will check, and then pick the best one. So people do that in their relationships too. They try to put the best foot forward. Okay, so that's impression management. Okay, so they may try to cover their shame. They want to be liked. They want to be liked by authority. They want to, if you like, influence the outcomes, influence the decisions of the supervisor. So these dynamics would happen, but having a good feedback system is key. Emotional intelligence is another thing that is critical. So understanding the emotional landscape of the supervision relationship can greatly impact the effectiveness of ABA supervision. Okay, so supervisors must, be aware of their technicians' feelings and recognizing their stressors and providing support where necessary, demonstrating empathy. Empathy. The previous presenter talked about that as we talked about empathy in creating a more positive relationship. Okay, so use the emotional intelligence. Read. Okay, be able to make the judgments about, is the organization supporting its technician correctly? How is our program not being effective because we haven't given the resources that they need? Am I being objective in my expectation in this goal that I have set? Do we have the preparation? Do we have the can do and the will do? Okay, you can probably don't do so much about the will do. Will do is performance, is motivation. Okay, but there are ways you can reinforce and motivate the person or manipulate their their MOs. Okay, by just being culturally and emotionally intelligent. Okay, but the can do is the skill part, is the training part. Have I given the best training? Do I know anything about this person's preferred learning style? And how can I reach that? How can I match my teaching, my training with their preferred learning styles? Okay, cultural competence have been, touched on earlier on in this meeting, but just being aware of and sensitive to cultural differences is vital to supervision. So understanding the diverse backgrounds of technicians can lead to more meaningful interactions in ABA supervision. Again, I can't overstate that ABA is teamwork. So collaborative supervision, working alliance is key. So and working alliance involves shared goals, shared meanings. So we have get their buy-in. Usually, when I talk to my supervisor, I'm saying, like, listen, look at what is up. What do we do? And they bring in the ideas, and then I give proof. Bring sort of is I get their buy-in. I'm introducing new objectives and new targets into this program. Do you think that this is the right time to do that? When do you think? Even when I think I know the answer, I get the buy-in from them. And sometimes I've been educated by my supervisors, and I've been, I've gotten better outcomes. So, in a nutshell, understanding these interpersonal dimensions not only enriches the supervision process, but also enhances the effectiveness of overall ABA practice, ultimately leading to better support for our consumers, our clients, and professional satisfaction for both the technician and also the supervisor. Here is your secret keyword for CEU for those who are taking CEU. Your word is interpersonal. Okay, so communication styles. Some of the things that are pivotal in on that super in terms of improving your communication styles will be clarity and precision. Be clear in your communication. We've talked about that. Be clear. It means being clear and precise removes misunderstanding. It minimizes misunderstanding and ensures that technicians know exactly what is required of them. Okay. Active listening is another critical point. Supervision should be a two-way street, right? So if I keep talking, like in this presentation, I'm talking and talking and talking that you may even get bored, right? But it's different. It's not supervision, but it should be two-way. it should be two-way. Even presentation can be interactive. It's just that I have contents and I wanted to clearly make sure I cover everything that I have. But supervision shouldn't be a one-way, order, just like a military. Remember all those in the days of military heads of states, they just tell you what they want. There's no meeting, there's no conversation, there's no negotiation, there's no agreement. They order you. So when you talk at people, you don't talk with them. So communication is two-way. And when you are talking, remember there are indications of being present, whether you're listening, whether you're focusing, whether you're even your non-verbal communication is also a factor that can in fact impact your communication. Okay. So for example, um, if you are saying something and then your supervisor is looking away, or is just nodding and nodding. You're not checking in to see understanding. That can be problematic. So check in frequently and consistently. Watch their verbal cues. Know when they are tired. Know when they want to change. Okay. Each technician may have a unique communication style and preferences. I'm speaking about adaptability. So effective supervisors should be adaptable, be able to sort of change, modify. I talked about I'm matching your teaching, your supervisions to the supervisor's learning styles. So make those modifications where necessary. Use open-ended questions, especially when you want to get more details. Okay, encouraging conversations. Usually the way supervision is styled in some places, like in the US, um, you sometimes have to have a separate supervision meeting right outside of the direct observations because of how the insurance things work. But when possible, encourage ended, use open-ended questions so that you don't just stifle conversation to yes or no responses and then they just want to get out. So create opportunity for that. It will increase it will increase their interest, ability to share their thoughts, experiences, and their reflections. And there are valuable, very valuable information you can get from those. You know, I've talked about cultural sensitivity. I do not want um, to dwell on that and again, but just understand and respect cultural differences in your communication styles is crucial, especially in a diverse country like Nigeria. So mind the things you say. All these Igbo people, all these Hausa people, all these Yoruba. Just be mindful of those cultures. Be sensitive. That's how to be culturally competent, and it's even an ethical requirement. So you don't discriminate or be aggressive. Use microaggression on people. It can impair the supervision relationship and minimize the potential of ABA practice. So by focusing on effective communication styles, supervisors can foster a more engaging and productive supervisory relationship. Ultimately, all of that will increase the quality of ABA practice. Okay, I've already given you the secret code. Remember to use that for your CVU. Okay, so let's talk about feedback mechanisms. There are multiple systems of providing feedback in supervision. Remember, I said supervision is evaluative, right? So someone is making a judgment on your performance, on your skill level, on your understanding. Okay, and that can become an issue in relationship. But sometimes effective feedback system mechanisms increases the likelihood that the outcome will be better. Okay, so that includes just direct observation. Supervisors can observe technicians during sessions and provide real-time feedback on what you're observing, on their techniques and interactions. Okay, you can record video sections. Okay, when you have the consent to do so, record yourself implementing the treatment plan. Discuss that in supervision with your supervisor. Don't be afraid. Don't try to hide or hide judgments. Just come because you want to grow, you want to improve. In fact, be vulnerable when possible so that you can identify your growth areas and they can help you to to improve as both as supervisors and even as both as technicians and even as supervisors. Supervisors also need to grow and learn. Okay, so they can listen to feedback as well. Okay, so as we say in our field, when you think of feedback dosage, like constructive feedback or what you call constructive criticism, when you're giving, be mindful of the ratio, right? So for everyone, the constructive feedback you provide, people recommend, professionals recommend at least three, uh, if you like, positive feedback. All right. So don't, and then the manner of presentation, sometimes remember, these are human beings, you're dealing with human beings, right? So they preempt, they interpret. All right. So if you said to me as a technician, oh, I like the way you started the station, you used your agenda, I like how you sort of did the transition and were able to transition, without problem behavior occurring. But the problem is, okay, so you're sandwiching feedback. That but cancels out the positivism in the first one. So be mindful of how the wordings that you use because you're dealing with human beings. Okay. So when it comes to evaluations and performance feedback, please make your assessments regular. Regular assessments of the supervision can help to identify strengths, areas of growth, areas that mark for improvement, and overall progress within the practice. So these evaluations can be structured around competency frameworks, and the boards have examples of that you can use. Okay. Feedback can be encouraged. Like if you work in a center, where there are many technicians, or you work in a school setting, or you work, depending on your setting, if you have access to peers, get feedback from them. Look at what I'm doing, look at what I'm struggling with, without giving away identifying information. Remember, you have to protect the privacy of our clients. So, but as much as is possible, and when convenient, get feedback from peers, about your work process, about your growth, and then have conversations about thoughts and conversations about feedback that have been given to you. Do self-reflection. Encourage practitioners, and we do that. We encourage professionals to engage in self-assessments and reflection. Look back. How did my section go? How did my previous sections go? How my previous supervision section? How did it go? How have I improved? Did I remember everything I was told? Did I write it down? Am I implement? Where am I now? And the same thing with the supervisor. What feedback did I give the last time? Okay, how did I present it? To reflect on your supervision. That would help improve our practice. Okay, get feedback from clients as well. The clients have so much that they can provide. And above all, use your data. Use your data. Your data on, collect data on your supervision and analyze those data because it will show you your progress. And that's the point of evaluation. You're able to say, oh, this is what we did. This is what we aim for. Are we there? Have we gotten it? How close and how far away are we to the goals, to the objectives? Okay. So implementing these feedback mechanisms can enhance the quality of ABS services and support the development of practitioners and ultimately improve our, our outcomes and meet our goals. So, emotional intelligence is something I wish there is a behavior that I can find an operational definition for that, but it's something called emotional intelligence, and it's just this your ability to, recognize, understand, and manage your own emotions as well as the emotions of others. If you listen to the previous presentation on or the earlier presentation on trauma, you would come to the conclusion that emotion matters. Emotion matters. Remember, like I said, when emotion is fully activated, the emotional centers of the brain are fully activated. Sometimes, The logical centers are slowed down. And that's why people do things that surprise them out of, like anger, inability to control anger or manage or self-regulate because of amygdala hijack. So emotions are important. So you may give a feedback or you may perform your supervision or expect that people will respond in their emotions with emotional there will be emotional responses. So of your own. So it's important that supervisor have emotion or have an awareness of their own prejudice, their stereotypes, their trauma, their emotions, all of that, as well as that of the supervisor and vice versa. Okay, so effective supervisors maybe must be attuned to the emotional states of their trainees and clients. So this awareness will allow them to provide support during challenging situations and foster positive learning environment. So supervisors should also model emotional intelligence. Okay, learn how when to talk and when not to, how to slow down. Focus on the goal. It's not just the because usually what happens in emotion is people sort of please. There's a tendency to be ego driven. Okay, yeah, and I respect that. It's okay, but focus on what matters. What do I want to achieve? Can I communicate that? Okay. Okay, so cultural competence have, understanding cultural differences. Again, I can't overstate that. Uh, is key. You must foster openness and collaboration. Use your respectful model, which is where you divulge about yourself. Share about your own experiences, share about your own challenges as well. People tend to believe you when you come out through, be genuine in your interaction, and that includes showing your cultural um, realities as well, and how those cultural experiences can become facilitators in the relationship and or even barriers. Okay, so you tailor your supervision intervention in a way that you demonstrate this understanding. Okay, and remain ethical. Remain ethical. Actually, it is an ethical requirement. The Behavioral Analysis Certification Board emphasizes the importance of cultural competence in this way. So it's an ethical practice. So adhering to these ethical standards ensures that practitioners, provide equitable and respectful services to all clients. Okay, so I, yeah, so the key aspects of the supervisory relationship, and I want to touch on, some of the practical strategies, or if you like, key aspects for enhancing the supervisory alliance. Like I said, ABA supervision is a type of relationship, right? And it is a work alliance, a working alliance. And because it's a working alliance, it's a teamwork. It's two people working towards a goal. Okay, and by the way, alliance simply refers to the collaborative and supportive dynamic between a supervisor and a supervisee. Okay, so this it is crucial for effective learning and skill development. All right, and then what are those key factors, aspects of the supervisory relationship? Trust and rapport. We can't overstate that. Um, if you don't build trust in a relationship, what happens? People are defensive. They come have, they're not interested. They may not follow through with recommendations or instructions. Okay, they may not even receive the communication that you're sending. Okay, so it's important because trust is important because it's foundational. It makes the team comfortable and open to vulnerability. Be able to permitting them to ask questions and without fear of judgment. If I feel that you're going to judge me all the time, you're going to say I don't know what I'm doing. You're going to pinpoint my shame. You're going to pinpoint my weaknesses. You're just all going to be about what I can do right and what I haven't done right. I will tell you my trust ratio will be low. Okay. And it's not just because I'm ignorant of my weaknesses or I do not want to work on them, but at least recognize some of the good stuff. I'll tell you a short story about what happened in Warri so many years ago. So Some of you may know I have been involved in autism work in Nigeria for many, many, many years. Actually, started since 2003, I believe. So there was a time we have to go through around the different parts of the country providing services. So we usually will assign at the time a therapist to work with families in their homes. So there's this family in Warri and this very awesome technician who was working. They were at the time we were trying to address some toileting skills, and this consumer child will just refuse to even come close to the bathroom. Okay, if what he would do when he want to eat himself, just find one corner of the sitting room and do it there. So this was very distressing, very concerning to parents. They were like, "What do we do?" So well, I designed a program for how we could do it, because the thing is, he just for some reason cannot enter the bathroom. Not to talk of sitting on the whatever and do number one or number two. Okay, so we had to figure out a way to even increase proximity for him to come to tolerate, to accept to come closer to the town. And with this sort of pairing, bringing toys that he likes, doing activities, he likes water, so we're playing with water. So anyway, my point in this story is that I got angry. I believed that the treatment plan, the interventions I provided, are supposed to work based off what we know about the child reinforcers and about. And so I was telling this about the technician. I expected to see better results. I mean, and it's hard to go for those travels because I'm not there weekly. Sometimes it's monthly supervision or so. And the tech was just looking at me. I was just looking at me, and she started crying. I said, what is there? I'm crying. When are you crying? I'm talking. We're talking about the problem here. You saw, okay, all those things you've been telling me to do. Please help me do it now. He said, "No, please help me. I've tried my best. Help me do it." Did you not see? Anyway, and when I look back, when I reflected, not even at that time, it was years later, when I now knew better, I realized that I never paid attention that this child is not able to come to the toilet, that this child is not able to open the door, this child is not able to, undress. The only struggle now was sitting. I ignored all the successes. I was hammering on the goal, but the goal requires a process, and I was ignorant of that. So now that I know better, I want to do better. I want to acknowledge that and make sure that I establish trust. I trust that you can do this. I trust that you can implement this program. I trust that you're doing well, my therapist. Let's work together again on some things we need to tweak, some things we need to change. Okay. And that was what helped. Okay. Um, Clear goals. Next, let's talk about clear goals. So both the supervisor and supervisee should identify and agree on the goals of supervision. Okay, make the goals to be specific, actionable, okay, measurable, achievable goals. People talk about smart, so make it relevant, make it time bound. Let's know when do we hope to achieve these goals. Okay. Another key aspect of this professional relationship is regular communication, consistent check-ins. Remember, consistent check-ins and regular communication is very, very, very helpful. Okay, so make sure you are addressing issues when they happen. Don't wait. Don't wait. You hear something. Don't just be careful of how you interpret what happened with your biases. Do you have data? Do you have data for your beliefs? Do you have data for your opinion? Do you have data? Is it data based? And again, this reminds me of something I think even every Nigerian should hear. When it comes to perceptions, when it comes to anything you hear, first think about data. Data. Where is your data from? Where is your evidence for this view, for this opinion, for this thought? Okay? These people are these people in government that where is your data? Don't speak just out of emotions. Okay, so um let me jump to celebrating progress. Okay, celebrate progress. Celebrate small miracles, little miracles that happen day by day. Tell your technician and that you're noticing this, that you're seeing this progress, and you celebrate it. Okay, so celebration, enjoyment does not stop you from the big goal. So you achieve one milestone, you set another goal, you set another goal. Okay, so but from every time you can track where you are and how you are to your goal. Okay, so um by focusing on these aspects and employing these strategies, both supervisors and supervisees can cultivate productive and enriching supervisory relationship that ultimately benefits their practice and the clients that they serve. Um, Again, I asked at the beginning, what did you bring to the table? Okay, so in this short, speedy, fast presentation, I believe that we brought something to the table, something about the interpersonal issues that can arise when a ABA supervisor and ABA supervisors are in their work relationship. Okay, and in this presentation, I've talked about just how effective communication is the key to supervision. Remember, clear, open dialogue will help to build trust and ensure that technicians feel comfortable in discussing their challenges and needs. Okay. And also, we learned about the importance of feedback, whether positive feedback, whether constructive feedback, and how that you can deliver those constructive feedback in a way that is respectful of culture, that is respectful of that's coming from a good place. Okay, and managing your power, finding a way to balance the use of power, that power differential in a relationship, okay, and by being respectful, and by being open, okay, and by constantly doing self-reflection, okay. We also discussed emotional intelligence, and I encourage supervisors to remember that feelings and all other private events are important. So be compassionate, demonstrate empathy in your work, show understanding. Remember that people are coming. This person may have a trauma. You may have even signaled or triggered their, you may have triggered their trauma because because of something in the environment that is a trauma reminder. Okay, so just like trauma, all of these previous conditionings that we have had, which we bring to the table of supervision, they can be triggered by anything. They can be triggered by the heart that I wear, which now you're not thinking about Igbo, but all of a sudden my heart reminds you about Igbo. And then triggers the thoughts and beliefs and perceptions you have about Igbo, which can now color the supervision relationship, both in content and all that. All right, so we discussed that. And then we proceeded to discuss rapport building and pairing, cultural competence. And finally, we discussed the working alliance dimension of ABA supervision and practice. Okay, so at this point, um, I will I will give away the second secret. That's a secret word is dimension. The secret word is dimension, and in conclusion, I want to thank everyone for their interest in the field of behavior analysis. I believe in the power of behavior analysis as a field, as a technology, and as a profession to help move Nigeria. In fact, to address many of the needs, many of these things that people in Nigeria, we are faced as a society, can ABA promises to help direct the path of solutions. Believe in your profession, and I know you do that, and I believe in you. I believe in each and every one of you. I want to apologize that I did not come up with questions for the CEUs. I probably will send in the questions again. Thank you so much. God bless you, and thanks for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Okey Martins Mazi Nwokolo. There's a question for you from Dr. Edward Asikhia. And the
Okay.
question says, what are the impacts of poverty on ABA supervision in practice?
Interesting. That's a very good big question and good. Let me attempt the answer. So you see, poverty already has. Remember, the ABA supervision and practices is a teamwork, right? So there is the supervisor, there is the organization, there is the child, and there is the technician. Okay. So from organizational perspective, if they are underfunded, if they are poor, they may not have the materials. They may not register for ABAN. They may not pay for conferences. They may not bring solutions. So they will be denied access to, what evidence-based practices and research, outcome and new process, new methods and new technologies. Okay. So it also means that they may not pay their technicians very well. They may not pay even their supervisors. So poverty in that way can impair the promise of ABA. When it comes to supervisors, so poverty also can, because if supervisor is begging the technician to give him a ride or to give him transport, which happens, you know, you can tell that the dual relationship is easy to spring up in this kind of situations. So all the things that poverty can do, including perceptual manipulation, because poverty can even make you can make some people begin to see things differently than they are. Okay, so you may think that it's waste of money, it's waste. Why are we? Because that's the thing that comes from a deficit model. Okay, so I think poverty is comprehensive in its effects, but some of the specifics are that it would impair the ability to access resources, the ability to utilize resources and continue to access them. It will impair motivation because people are poorly remunerated, and as a result, they may not be able to give their best even when they want to. And I can give you an example. I love my profession. I love to be a therapist. I enjoyed it. And those who know me know that I'm very passionate about it, whether in advocacy and all of that. But we were impoverished. I was coming from a place of poverty myself. Okay, so I remember I have to move from Ikeja to go to work in VI because most of the people who can even pay for the services live in that axis. Okay, and I don't live there. Rain or shine, you have to enter the bus. So I'm coming to work sometimes slightly late, traffic delay, and then you're always apologizing. It removes from your professionalism. And parents like all these people, I know they always come with one excuse or the other. Sometimes it's true, sometimes it's not. So poverty, if I had a car, I could drive early. And those days, you have to leave very early, like 4 a.m. to get to VI, and then sit in your car, even if it's raining, and wait for the time. So I think there are many ways that poverty can impair the access to all the benefits that come with ABA and supervision in ABA in particular. I hope I,
Yeah, I
I hope
think
I
we did justice to that. There are some other questions in the chat and comment section. There's a question from Blessing, and it goes: is there a possibility of informal trigger between supervisor and supervisee, like marriage? Secondly, when observing cultural differences, to what extent can it become unethical?
So let me begin with the last question, and then I'll ask you to remind me the first about the first part of that question. But when can observing culture become unethical? Well, there are fine lines. One thing is to be aware. That's why when we say understanding, we actually awareness is part of understanding. Just be aware of the cultural differences. Being aware of cultural difference doesn't make you an expert in other culture. We're not asking you to become other people, other cultural experts. Basically, what we're saying is be respectful of differences. It is unlikely that you get unethical by being respectful. Okay, so it's mind what you say, mind the words you say, mind the gestures that you use. Ask questions. Don't assume that you know. In fact, I used to make fun. I tell somebody that one of the biggest things that I learned from graduate. In fact, the main thing that I learned from graduate school is to presume difference. I learned that the most important thing I learned is presume difference. So when you come and you meet people, whether they look like you, whether they look like other people, presume that they are different and they are unique. So in doing that, you are very unlikely to cross the boundaries, the ethical boundaries, okay, by being respectful of other people's culture. You know, when it comes to like identity, cultural identities, and how they play out in the supervision relationships, yes, there are many ways. For example, marital status. Imagine that I'm a single lady, for example, single lady that is your supervisor, and my supervisee is a mother of four. Okay. Now, when I'm telling her, and then she's saying, but this is what happened with my child. I know how to do it. I did this and that. You work my child. And the other one is saying, like I'm telling you, this is the protocol that we want to use. This is the reinforcer we want you to use. There's conflict. Perceptually, the woman is saying, you don't even have a daughter, you don't even have a child, and I'm the one, and you're telling me that I have children. What? All of those things can interfere. So having that awareness and broaching those differences in discussions can can improve the supervision relationship. Please, did I miss an element in that first question? I think I did. Hello?
Rodney, you're mute.
I said you got that second question on point. The first question, which you wanted me to remind you of, was: is there a possibility of informal trigger between supervisor and supervisee, like marriage? But I think you treated that in the way you answered the second question, there was a little bit of element to.
Yes, yes. But let me add a little. Yeah, let me add something to it. So triggers. Remember, mom. The early professor talked about just trauma and the condition. So the thing with trauma is not just the event, the traumatic event. It's also all of the things that have been conditioned, that have been paired. Like a trauma victim, for example. When something happens, let's say an accident. People who have been in accidents report that even mere seeing the color of the car that was involved in that accident, or smelling the smell of certain things, anything that reminds them of that event, that trauma event, can can actually elicit reactions similar to what happened, similar to the reactions that they exhibited when the event occurred. So hold that on one hand. In supervision, for example, let's say somebody speaks with an Igbo accent. It triggers memory of what you believe about Igbos. If care is not taken, your stereotypes, your prejudice, your perceptions can be influenced. Instead of letting the data or letting the content of supervision rule guide your views, you may be, things like that can trigger. Like an example I gave too about single versus married woman. Yes, it can trigger something. When the lady says, "I'm speaking to you as a mother, I've had this experience," it might trigger to the single lady, the supervisor who is single. You might like, "Oh, look, I'm even 40 years old. I haven't gotten a husband." All of that can trigger. She can go in that part. It can trigger thoughts. It can trigger perceptions. And then she can. All of that happen in real life relationships. All I'm saying is that they also happen in supervision relationships, and we should be mindful of that. So let's be respectful of those things. You can't be a prophet. You may not know all their histories. You may not know what will trigger me. Okay, and you're not responsible really for my own responses to your trigger, but somehow for supervision to progress, to be effective, we're saying be mindful of that, be sensitive to those. So you're watching my reactions to what you say. You're not just talking at me, you're watching how I respond. And sometimes from people's facial expressions or gestures, you can tell when you have rubbed on something. Okay, they start slowing down, withdrawing, and all of that. So be mindful of that.
Thank you very much. There's a question from Chioma, and the question is: Is supervision compulsory in this field of ABA? If yes, how often should a professional in this field of ABA do his or her supervision? That's one. Then two, are there any penalties for non-supervision? Two questions.
Okay. Yes. Starting with the second question. Penalties. You are being unethical. You shouldn't be practicing if you don't have supervision. Now, remember we talked about roles. So there is the behavior analyst who have been certified to practice independently. If you're not a behavior analyst, you cannot practice independently. There are minimum requirements, at least 10% for I believe for behavior technicians. So every time you are working with a child, depending on how many hours of interventions that you're providing, at least 10% of that hour should be supervised. Doesn't mean daily supervision, but if you find yourself in a situation where a week has gone and there is no, and you're a behavior technician or a registered behavior technician, and nobody is supervising that program, you're not doing a BA. You are out of. In fact, you're not. That's not a BA. It's not. So supervision is ethical requirement. It's not just a must. I'm saying it's an ethical requirement. You know about ethics, right? Do no harm. Do no harm. The propensity for harm is high in practices that do not leverage the benefits of supervision. Okay. So, but cultural context and in the context of Nigeria, if you look at the population, the ABA population, the number of supervisors versus number of um, technicians, the ratio is really wide. So I think that organizations will find ways of interpreting the ratios so to make sure as we progress and as we aim to stay in compliance, find ways. But yes, to answer your question, supervision is compulsory. In any case, supervision, I'm referring to the supervision of behavior technicians while implementing behavior treatment plans, right? But the supervision, of course, that one is natural, right? So if you're intending to become, you have to meet all the supervision requirements. And I'm sure Dr. Ed will have more accurate statistics on those numbers. I haven't followed up on how many hours is required and the state of things in
Okay,
terms
we're
of how
running
much.
a little bit behind schedule, so I'll just take this last question before we usher in our next presenter, Mrs. Tinuola Nkechi Olaiya. The last question is from Mr. Francis, and he asked, Doctor, you talked about your ABA model in curbing corruption in Nigeria. So, how potent will collaboration within ABA community foster this projection, considering some of the existing challenges, such as working across purposes in the field of ABA?
I would say first and foremost, let's everybody become active members of ABAN. Okay, we already have the platform because you see, the practice and profession of ABA have lots of promises, and behavior analysis is applied field, right? So you can apply it to just any problem. You define the problem operationally, and then you identify your strategies, you provide measurements, and you collect the data and all of those processes. So all of these ABA approaches can be applied to any problem. I guess if I understand your question well, I am saying that ABA has this promise and it can happen in Nigeria. But I think one way that it can happen is for us to talk about it, for us to have these conversations, and to think beyond, outside the box, to not think that ABA is just for autism, right? Is to think of the wider spectrum of its applications. And I say that being a member and being an active member of ABAN is the right first step. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we can't take any more questions, although we have some questions, but we'll need to move on to the next presenter, Mrs. Tinuola. Let me share her slide.
Okay, for a for a moment there, Rodney, I thought that because you were sharing my slide, you were going to unmute me as well as as well as like take off my bring my video on. So
Yeah,
I'm just waiting for you to do that. Good evening, everyone. It's been
you're
such
welcome.
a wonderful and enlightening session, for me. And I'm sure I do not speak for myself alone. I speak for, quite. I've not been in a CEU conference or workshop such as this in a long time. Like you don't even know. I don't know where the time has gone. It's almost as if we've just been here for an hour. I like to say thank you for ABAN for the opportunity, giving us this opportunity, presenting this opportunity to us, and the privilege to speak. In this very robust to this very robust audience. I acknowledge the presence of my supervisor, Dr. Edward Asikhia. I acknowledge the presence of Mrs. Bosede Asikhia. I acknowledge the presence of Dr. Nwokolo. It was a pleasure listening to you speak. And I acknowledge the presence of Mrs. Oshikoya, who had spoken earlier on ethics. And of course, the presence of all of my colleagues here and everyone present. So, just a bit of a background to how I came to BA. I'm glad that Dr. Ed is here. I was a teacher that was working with children. Like I was teaching children, and I knew that quite a number of them, at the point of assessing for learning, I realized that learning had not taken place. I knew, so that was a bother for me. So Google search, actually, literally Google search. I was frantically searching for answers, trying to find out what is there more to do aside from the training I'd received as a teacher. And then I stumbled upon ITC on Google. So I frantically made a call to the number there, and the person directed me to Dr. Ed, and the rest is history. And AB has, of course, as it does with everything, it just revolutionizes, your personal life and your professional life, and that's exactly what has happened with me. So today, here I am looking at speaking to you on stepping beyond behavioral plans and ethically advocating in an IEP. So there's so many interesting words for me. So many things went off for me, and endeared me to this topic. You know, because typically as behavior analysts, so as a behavior analyst in a school, as a behavior analyst in a school, it's almost like a totally different ball game. You know, when you step into the school environment is a totally different environment. It has its own cultures, its own norms, its own rules, and what have you. And when you step in there as a behavior analyst with all of your knowledge, believe it or not, except they have a fire to put out, nobody really cares for you. So mostly what happens is that while we're there, we are the behavior person. When something begins to go wrong with the child or the client, then that is when they call upon you. Oh, he's flapping again. Oh, he's running around. Oh, he won't sit down. And so what traditionally happens is that you are kind of sequestered to be constantly putting out fires. And of course, there's so much more to do for the client in that environment, because my own thought or my school of thought is that wherever you find excesses, for me, is an indication that there are lots of deficits to work on. And when you're working on deficits, it's all about teaching, it's all about skill acquisition. Okay, so advocating beyond behavior plans is an essential, for in an IEP. Rodney, the next slide, thank you. So, thank you, Rodney. Yes, thank you very much. So we're going to be the content of my presentation is going to center around, what it means to ethically advocate for clients. We're going to be looking at the features of an ethically advocative IP. We're going to be looking at the problems with traditional behavior plans, and we're also going to take a look at just side by side look at ethical approaches and traditional approaches, and what points they have, and then of course look at a case study. Yes, thank you, Rodney. Yes. Okay. So, ethical advocacy for clients in an IP. There are some words there that I would like to how will I put it now? Operationalize, as the word as as I like to put it. So when we say that something is ethical, something is ethical when it is based on an established code of conduct. Something is ethical when it's based on societal norms. Something is ethical when it's based on professional guidelines that promote honesty, justice, and well-being of individuals and communities. So when we talk about ethical advocacy, we're looking at so the word ethics or ethical has to do with following our professional guidelines as ABA professionals. Yes, because when you look at an IEP, as it were, which we're going to look at in a few moments, when you look at an IEP meeting, you say to yourself that what has earned you a seat in that meeting? And there was something I wanted to do before getting into this business, and that is to ask the question: how many of us has been at the table? How many of us has had the opportunity to actually be at an IEP meeting? Yes. So I'm going to ask that question, and I'll wait for our responses. The opportunity. I'm typing out the questions, please. Because we could just assume that, oh, it is something that we do all the time. Yes, that, oh, PM behavior analysts are in IP meetings all the time. Yes, perhaps in outside of this country, but within Nigeria, it's not something that happens very often, except you're working in a particular environment, you're working in a particular school. Yes. So when you come into an IEP meeting as a behavior analyst, you're there as a person who ought to follow some professional guidelines, some ethical guidelines that Mr. Shikoya was very kind to enumerate, and everybody has touched on, in one way or the other in their presentation, ethical guidelines and some of what we've heard today, okay, some of the presentations today has also alluded to some information that we should also have. So perhaps one of the professional guidelines that NCSC at an IEP meeting is that you must also have done perhaps a function, not perhaps, you must have done a functional behavior assessment, for what is what. You must have done some kind of baseline assessment, perhaps criterion reference, perhaps standardized as a behavior analyst, because you are there to um, to make sure that you're following professional guidelines that promote honesty, justice, and the well-being of the individual. You must make sure that you are there with information about perhaps the client's diagnosis. There must be certain information that you should have as a behavior analyst before you come into that meeting, that you must make sure that you do have, because for it to be ethical you ought to have that information, so you can do what is ethical in that IEP meeting, or so you can meet the ethical standards that is where. And the one we're talking about advocacy, advocacy is the act of supporting or promoting or defending a cause or policy or an individual. Now, in this case, at an IEP meeting, you're coming in to do what? To support and to promote or to defend the cause of who? Of the client that you're representing, or the family that you're representing, as it were. And to do that, as I said prior, you must have some certain information. There must be certain information, that because if you don't have certain information, then you will not be in the position to defend the cause or to support. Yes. Now, when we look at what an individualized education plan is, it says an individualized education plan is a legally binding document designed to ensure that a child with additional needs receives specialized instruction, services, and support tailored to their unique needs. It is mandated under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act idea, because this guarantees students with special needs access to free and appropriate public education in the least restrictive environment. And the school, of course, is a least restricted environment. Well, depending on how it is structured, that is, and depending on the role you play in advocating for the child that you are representing. Yes. So these are the things that we must have at the back of our mind as behavior analysts when we step into an IEP meeting. I'm just going to quickly look at the chat there and see if I have any responses. Um, yeah, I've got a couple of responses. I've got a few responses there. Thank you. Thank you for your responses. So you see, it is not something that happens very often in Nigeria that behavioral analysts are invited to IEP meetings. I know it happens a lot abroad, but it doesn't happen here. Um, but we are talking about advocating, isn't it? We are talking about going beyond behavioral plans and advocating in an IEP meeting. So, what this is saying to us is that these are the roles that we're supposed to be playing based on what it is to based on what the meaning of the word ethical, what it means to advocate, and what an IEP means, really. These are the things that we're supposed to be doing. These are the things that we're supposed to be pushing for. But to push for it, to have a seat there, as it were, you have to have certain information. You have to have certain information at your fingertips, because it is with this information that you'll be able to do what is required of you in an IEP meeting. So, what I'm trying to say here is that beyond going to school, which is what we're looking at, beyond going to school and saying, oh, we're here to do ABA, this is because when you look at children or the clients that you're representing anyway, there's certain deficits that they have. There's certain deficits that they have. Most of these deficits have to do with social communication, has to do with social communication, of course, covers language, social reciprocity, verbal and non-verbal behavior, just different things that have to do with engaging with other people. So it is critical that these children, as much as possible, should be in a school environment, and they're being in a school environment. They shouldn't just be in a school environment just for the sake of being in a school environment. So it is not proper that they're in a school environment and then they are now sequestered even in that school environment. Yes, they are now separated and not benefiting as they should from the school environment. You'll find that a lot of parents advocate that their children go to school. For a long time, I struggled with this sort of, thinking that, oh, a child should actually have certain um, school readiness behavior, and a child should have certain school readiness behavior before they're introduced to school. But I find that because most of the deficits that the children are struggling with are social deficits. The school is a socially enriched environment. And if you look at verbal behavior, if you look at language, language itself is a tool, is an environmental tool, is a cultural tool. And verbal behavior is what happens within, those different environments. And so putting a child in different environments, as it were, or in an environment that will make up for their deficit is the best way to go. And so I'm saying all of this to say that yes, we have a right to be in the school environment. We should be in the school environment advocating for children, but we must not be we should be in the school environment knowing exactly what it is that we're supposed to be doing. Yes, so that we can ethically advocate for our clients. So there's certain information that you must have as a behavior analyst, you know, before you get into an IEP meeting. Yes. So you must have done a complete functional behavior assessment, as it were. You must have the history, like Mama said, earlier on, history about trauma, because all of this is going to be important in that IEP meeting. Yes. Because don't forget that we're looking at going beyond behavioral intervention plans. Wherever there are excesses, it is certainly because there are glaring deficits. Yes, it's almost like um, it's almost like um, what should be evoking behavior is not what is evoking behavior. Rather, what shouldn't is what is evoking behavior. Yes, so faulty um, stimulus control sort of scenario. Yes. So, moving on to the next slide. So this, I just looked at. I thought it was important to look at the key terms and try and go into a bit of explanation about them. So I'm going to look at. So the next thing now is to look at what does ethical advocacy mean. We've looked at what it is to be ethical, or what, if you're being ethical, what it looks like. Now we're going to look at what ethical advocacy means. It means respect, it means autonomy, it means having respect, you know, respecting autonomy, respecting culture, and respecting preferences. So that is one part of it. One part of it is respecting autonomy, respecting culture, respecting preferences. And these have been said, quite over and over again in previous presentations. Yes. So to do that, there must of course be an informed consent for you to be representing the person at that IEP meeting. We must look at assent, because you're talking about autonomy, ways of getting the person that you're representing, ways of getting their assent, or if they're not of if they are of age, if they're not of age, an informed consent from their parents. Look at looking at non-restrictive, making sure the child is in the least restrictive environment, even within the school. Um, and then the teaching of the practices of self-determination. You must make sure that that element is there, that the practice, or that you have a practice of self-determination. That is where the client is concerned. That is. So what that will basically look like is that during an IEP meeting, it is something that discusses what a child should be able to do in certain respects, what their targets will be. And because it's an IEP meeting that is within a school, of course, what you usually find on the document will be mostly educational. Yes, and sometimes behavioral. Yes, sometimes behavioral. In this environment is mostly educational, because you see, when a child is in school, um, the target, or the focus, as it were, is of course how the child is doing academically. So most IEPs will present um, documents that have to do with academics. Now, that is where we come in. We come in to make this document a bit more robust. Yes, to make it robust, to make sure that even within the expectations, okay, of what the child should be achieving academically, we're looking at how they're achieving it in this restrictive environment. We're looking at practice of self-determination that is giving the child a voice. Okay, we're looking at respecting the child's autonomy, respecting the client's autonomy, their individuality. um, we're looking at cultural sensitivity. Yes, even during conflict, respecting the client's autonomy even during conflict, respecting the child, the dignity, making sure that whatever it is that we're preferring is dignified. Yes, even during conflict. Yes, another another side, or another part to what it means to ethically advocate is humility. Yes, it's humility, cultural humility, making sure that um, we're engaging diverse perspective. When we talk about diverse perspectives, we're looking at cultural perspective, making sure that our intervention, whatever it is that we're coming up with, is not ethnocentric. That is, we're not so caught up in westernized cultures, yes, that we're not aware of the culture of our environment, and making sure that that plays a role in that document. Yes, in terms of targets, or yeah, in terms of the targets that we come up with. Yes, we also make sure that we're collaborating to align roles with family values, because that's how I found that is really important and critical. There are some there are some families where I'm so caught up sometimes with the children learning some domestic skills, or maybe washing plates, and the parents really do not care for that. because the structure of their family is that the children are not they are not expected, you know, they really do not expect them to do that. They have domestics for that, and that is not priority for them. Yes. So we're looking at client preferences as well. We're making sure that we're respecting neurodivergent perspective. That is another critical thing with a document that is an individualized education plan. Yes, these are the ways that we make sure that we are ethically advocating. Okay, what do we mean by respecting neurodivergent perspective? I can only say this with an example. Yes, or one of the ways that I would like to say this is an example. So you have a child perhaps that jumps around, goes, doesn't sit, is always on the move. Yes, and sometimes parents will say to you that that really is not a problem for them that he's jumping around. But of course, it's a big problem in school that he's jumping around. Yes. But the parents can say to you, and I've had parents say to me sometimes, and even though this is not school specific, yes, but I'm just trying to give an example of how sometimes you would have to respect, neurodivergent perspective. So in this case, it was a child that was jumping around at home, but at school didn't jump around. And when I was trying to say, oh, but his skills of not jumping around at school should generalize to home, his parents said they don't mind. They don't mind that he's climbing at home and he's jumping around. Yes. So respecting people's neurodivergent perspective of how they're viewing what their children are doing. Yes, because whether we like it or not, for an IEP to be completely complete, it's got to have the voice of not just um, the what the school expects, the teachers expect. It's also got to have the voice of the parent as well as, of course, our voice as behavior analysts and all the other professionals that make up the team. Yes. So another part of ethically advocating, or what it means, is that we are collaborating. Okay, we're in partnership with families and teams, the teams that the school, and like I said, the school is a completely different environment. Schools have their own culture, they have their own way of doing things. Different schools, especially in Nigeria, are practicing even different types of curriculum. Some schools are Montessori, and even within those Montessori schools, you might find some schools that are mixing that up with early years. Some schools are strictly early years. So there are different environments that you step into, and these different environments have their different peculiarities. Yes, and what the expectations are. So just collaborating, yeah, collaborating effectively, communicating effectively, and listening, improves outcomes. Shared decision making, interdisciplinary team, um, not not because sometimes it could happen that because you are the behavior analyst and you're the one putting out the fires, you could begin to think that you are the most important person on the team, as it were, because at least if the child is disruptive, then no one can do their work. But it's important that we share decision making, that we make sure that we're paying attention to the team, that is teamwork. Yes, that we're respecting expertise, other people's expertise, that we're respecting other people's expertise, because all of this builds trust. It doesn't just build trust, it also reduces our own burnout. Yes, and of course it promotes generalization. So these will be what it means to be ethically advocating. Yes. Okay. The next slide, Rodney.
There seemed to be a kind of slight disruption. Let me see where this is coming
Is
from.
it on my end?
Okay,
Is it disruption from my end?
okay, gotcha. Let me
Oh,
take you
okay.
to the next slide.
Okay. All right. Okay, so how do we build an ethical IEP? Because if we're ethically advocating with a document, then we should be building one that is ethical. Yes, as I said earlier on, that whatever their excesses, what that really points to is that they're deficits. And what generally happens is that when, as a behavior analyst, you come to the table or you are part of a team of a school, what they generally push to you is are just the trouble areas, yes, which is all well and good. But we have a science that is literally a teaching methodology. At least that is how I fundamentally view ABA. ABA is a teaching methodology. For me, it is a vehicle of transporting any kind of teaching, any whatever it is I want to teach. I just put in the vehicle of ABA and it passes along. Yes. So because you have such a powerful tool, okay, um, we must make sure that we put that on the table. We must make sure that we put that on the table at an IP meeting so that you're not just sequestered to the arena of fire quenching. Because this is one of the things that will take us beyond the traditional behavior plans. We must be actively engaged in skill acquisition. And within a school environment, what will be skill acquisition? A child being able to function in the different social contexts. A child being able to use to being able to express themselves either vocal verbally or non-vocal verbally in the school environment. Yes, a child being able to self-advocate. Okay, so I know that a lot of our programs are caught up with compliance. Um, compliance, a child doing what they're supposed to do. Just building that receptive language, which a lot of times, children are just making compensations for anyway, just compensating. Yes. Um, so it is important that we're teaching, that we bring it to the table, that this is a science that goes beyond, because to go beyond the traditional behavior plan, we must be leaving the realms of just focusing on the disruptive behaviors, okay, taking care of those, and looking at skill acquisition. And when we're talking about skill acquisition with this school environment, we're talking about a child progressing in their academic work and in the social engagement, being effective in the different social contexts that the school presents itself, that the school gives them the opportunity to perform in. So relating with other pupils, relating, forming friendships, playing nicely at the playground, knowing what to do, how to behave at assembly. S- it's got to be a plan that looks at that, and you are involved in creating that, because we have a tool that is powerful to achieve this for children. Take for instance, you're sequestered to just taking care of aberrant behaviors. Yes, a child. So it is only when the child becomes disruptive in the playground that you're called in. Yes, but there's an aspect of actually teaching the child, to find their pair, reinforcing. If you're not involved in that, then it is not. We're still in the realm of that traditional behavior plan. We have not evolved to, looking at advocating for the child, because if we're advocating for the child, we must also be involved in the skill acquisition processes. Yes, so to teach self-advocacy is part of being involved in the skill acquisition, because teaching a child to advocate for themselves, teaching a child to, instead of just teaching the compliance of not to do. Yes, what do I do then? If you don't want me to do, what do I do? What do I do means that you have to teach me what to do. Yes. So building an ethical IEP also looks at inclusive placement, general education with pair, making sure that the child is in general ed class, and that, because sometimes what happens is that We come in there, um, we are ABA people, we're working with a child, um, we now begin to say, oh, we have to take the child out for their for their therapy. You say, oh, we have to take the child has to go out of class for so and so number of hours for their therapy. Meanwhile the child is in the school environment. So what am I saying? As much as possible, we must make sure that the child is benefiting as much as they can, because that's that the IEP is making sure that the child is benefiting as much as they can from the school environment, from the general education. All right. Okay, because there's evidence that inclusion boosts success, because it is in involving the child. This is making sure that you have an IEP that looks at that element and involves the child as much as possible, to make sure that whatever you want the child to learn is learned within the different social environments of the school. That that boosts inclusion, and that generally boosts success. Yes. All right. So, of course, trauma informed strategies, that cannot be over. Like, Mama just killed it with that when she gave her presentation, trauma informed strategies. I more and more and more, I preach so when I even introduce people to the science of ABA now, or I talk about ABA, I just sit in the office of reinforcement. I do not shift from it. I do not shit from it. I sit in that office of reinforcement because I know, I've come to realize that that is the only thing that strengthens behavior. That is the only thing that will build skill acquisition. And the more a child acquires skills, the more they acquire skills. Once the skills deficit increase, the aberrant behaviors just slowly, it just reduces. Yes, it just keeps reducing, you know. And another thing is that punishment really just very quickly takes you to that place of default technologies if you're not careful. And then, of course, there's the issue of response classes. It is there. You just see it, like you're stopping a child, you're punishing this, and then because that behavior will assess the reinforcement that it must, you see another one just developing, another behavior, another response just developing, and that could even be worse than the one that you're trying to punish. Yes. So just being aware and making sure that your strategies are trauma informed, and the best way to do that, because you cannot it's sometimes it is the knowledge, it is with time, it is with the luxury of time that you begin to encounter certain behaviors in the children that you take on. Yes, it is with the luxury of time. And so, to build an ethical IEP, we must make sure that we are definitely focusing on the principle of reinforcement. Yes, with the principle of reinforcement. Because, as Mama mentioned, um, when anything triggers the child that is related to the trauma that they've suffered, is flight or fight. Yes. Okay. We'll go to the next slide shortly. So, let us look at what, because we're looking at going beyond the traditional behavior plans. What was it with the traditional behavior plans, and why is it essential that we're going beyond them? Yes, why is it essential that we go beyond them in an IEP meeting? So the traditional behavior plans, kind of, they're mostly reactive. Um, they're mostly reactive because all you're trying to do is to come in when there is destructive behavior. That is the plan that you have. The plan that you have is to take care of destructive behavior, aberrant behaviors in the school environment. So it's mostly reactive. Yes, it's mostly reactive. Yes, so so there is maybe restraint after an elopement or what have you. What it does, it just targets surface behaviors. It targets, so it's kind of like just putting the lead on things in in the environment. It just puts a little thing because it's just targeting surface behaviors. Meanwhile, with with a plan that does not otherwise do so, you'll be looking at the functions, you'll be looking at the reasons, and you'll be addressing those. So, what are the limitations of this? It neglects the root causes, okay, of why something is happening. Yes, it neglects that. Um, it stigmatizes the learners, okay? It stigmatizes the learners. They begin to be described as aggressive, and they're given different names in the environment that stigmatizes them. And that's not a good thing in a school environment because it kind of alienates the child, the client, and and that really reduces it takes away from them the benefits they should be getting from the school environment. Yes, which is building social skills. When someone is stigmatized and alienated, there's no way that they can assess the social relationships in an environment. Yes, so traditional behavior plans tend to do that. You know. Now let us look at next slide, please, Rodney. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Rodney. So if we look at an ethical approach and then look at the traditional approach, so a traditional plan will have, and you see this a lot. We have this a lot in a lot of programs that are trying to teach children, proper behaviors in different environments, especially in the school environment. Yes, keep hands quiet policy, compliance, don't move, keep still. For bearing in mind that we also have the dead man's test for behavior. You know that whatever a dead man can do is not behavior. So sometimes in my head, when I hear or when I'm telling children, all I look at the plan and say, keep hands nice, keep still. I'm thinking dead man's test. This child is supposed to be behaving. This child is supposed to be doing something. Yes. Okay. So the traditional plan we usually just go to focus on compliance, on a child just being compliant in an environment. Yes. An ethical plan will teach self advocacy, a child advocating for themselves. No, I do not want to do this now. Can I do this later? Yes. And you see, I always say to people that do not be afraid of having this sort of input in your programs or in whatever is designed for a child that you think has disruptive behavior. Because some people feel like a child who is already aggressive, who is already doing this, you now want to teach them how to say, a child that doesn't want like to do, you now want to teach them how to say, no, I don't want to do. Yes, you do. Because one of the reasons why they're being aggressive or doing the things that they're doing is because they are not given the opportunities to say no, I don't want to do, or the fact that when they say no, I don't want to do, it's not respected. It's not respected. So an ethical IEP will teach that self advocacy for a child to speak up for themselves. Yes, in whichever way that they can, whether the child be vocal verbal or non-vocal verbal, it doesn't matter. Okay, so our job on that in that team or in that IEP meeting or in that IEP team, our job, if we're ethically advocating for the client, is to make sure that there are elements there that teach self-advocacy. Yes, and that also brings me back to the fact that we have to be involved to actually ethically advocate for our clients in IEP meetings or in an IEP. You have to be involved in skill acquisition. We have to be involved in skill acquisition within a child's program in a school. And being involved in that skill acquisition does not, so when I say we have to be involved in skill acquisition, I'm not saying it to the end that we come up with, like, we come with our own plan and impose it in that environment. because an IEP is supposed to be one that looks at all the elements that are necessary for the child to progress, that are necessary for the child to advance. Yes. So we cannot. So what that means is that whatever is that methodologies that we want to use must be infused into that document. So we must make sure that we are part of the skill acquisition plan. And being part of the skill acquisition plan is not for us to have our own agenda or to have our own programs that will sequester the child to teach in that environment. Yes, sometimes, it's necessary for some children, but it's something that I don't advocate to happen for too long a time, because every child in the school environment should be benefiting from that social environment. And I believe that from the different social contexts within the school environment, whatever it is that we want to impute in terms of skill acquisition, we'll have opportunities to teach. So, for instance, a child is showing aggression in the playground. Okay, the traditional plan would be for you to come and sequester the child or to just put a lid on it. Yes, an ethical one will be one that first looks at the deficit. Okay, why is a child perhaps not? Um, why are they aggressing towards the other children at playtime? Do they even find their peers reinforcing? Are we looking at a way with which we can pair pairs with reinforcers so that we are gravitating, yes, towards our pair, or the child is now beginning to move towards their pair, seek pair, pair attention. Yes. Why are they aggressive? Is it a particular language deficit? What is the language of that social environment, that playground environment that the child needs to be conversant with or that they need to learn to take away the aggression? We should be part of developing that in an IEP and not just limiting ourselves to what to do when the aggression happens. So, an ethical IP, we think of doing that and also will infuse that and also infuse teaching self advocacy. So, self advocacy is, yeah, I want to do this, I would like to do this, I'm tired, I need a break. Okay, I need a break, I would like to get up, as opposed to no, sit down, do, it is time to do. Listening, giving the person room to advocate for themselves and listening to what they have said and following it up with the right action. Yes. All right. So we're going to have a look at a case study. It's quite a simple one, quite straightforward. So remember that because you we're going beyond the traditional behavior plan, and we're looking at advocating ethically for our clients at an IEP meeting, I mentioned that there's certain informations that we must have because there are so many variables that are informing the behavior of a child, behavior of concern in school. Okay, there's so many factors, and we must, as much as possible, have access or have knowledge of that. Yes, I mentioned that we must have done a proper FBA because you must have knowledge. You must know what the diagnosis is. You must know, a bit of a history, learning history of the child. What's been all of that is very relevant. To coming up with going beyond the traditional behavior plan. Yes, so the traditional behavior profile. So Imagine that a school proposes restrictive placement for aggression, because that's one of the things that happens very quickly when a child is aggressive in class, or within the school environment. They say, "Oh, please, take him away. Let him leave." Yes, okay. It's important that, yes, when a child is in a school environment, the other children in that environment too, their rights and their their has to be respected as well. Yes, okay, but
Sorry, I think there's a little break in transmission coming from Mrs. Tinuola's system. So please let's give out some time to reconnect. Could be a network, could be like a call is coming in and she'll log back in. Thank you. So while we wait for Mrs. Tinuola to reconnect, I noticed she has some questions which are here in the chat section or comment box. If you have questions, you can also drop yours while she tries to reconnect. Thank you. So I think for better management of time, Mrs. Tinuola, maybe her network is bad or her data is out, or there could be some issues with her device. So what I'll do, I'll roll over to the next presenter, Mrs. Cynthia Maduka, who will be presenting effective reinforcement. In and out. Yeah. All right. I'm going to share her slide and give her control. So when she's done, if Mrs. Tinuola comes back, she can continue from where she stopped and take your questions. Is that okay? All right. Mrs. Cynthia, please, can you enable your camera and mic? Yeah, welcome here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let me open and pull up your slide. The slide is coming up. Just hold on for a few minutes. There you go. Mrs. Cynthia, can you see the slide? I can't hear you. No, I can't hear you. And sometimes, if you're using a Bluetooth or device, it might be connected to that and it will take away your mic. So you might want to log out and log back in. Yeah, I can hear you. Great.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Is there any way you can, before you go, is there any way you can make my slide bolder? Rodney? Hello? 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 Rodney, can you hear me?
It seems to be out.
Okay. Is there any way you can make my slides make it to play?
It's
No. Okay, that's how it's gonna be, okay? All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cynthia, and this afternoon or evening, we're going to be looking at effective reinforcement. So before I start, I want to thank Dr. Asikhia and Mama Asikhia for giving me this platform to be of service to every one of you. I was a student of Dr. Asikhia, and then I was, supervisee of 7 or 8 in a special thanks. And I want to give them a special thanks for bringing this platform to everybody, making IEPs accessible to every one of us, and making it readily accessible. It's not something that you easily find, because we know how much all of us would have paid for IEPs, but they made it easily accessible through ABAN. So I want to give them kudos, and I said, please, may they continue to go from strength to strength and make this available yearly. So this afternoon, I'm going to hit it on I don't know what my mic is doing, but if you can't hear me, just put it in the chat. I can see what I if you cannot hear me. Okay. So effective reinforcement in and out. We've listened to a lot of ethics. We've listened to about IEP meetings. We're listening about trauma. So now is the real deal. How do we get the work done? How do we get it done? Reinforcement, effective reinforcement is at the heart of ABA, is at the core of ABA. Like when I heard when Tinuola said, everything you're going to do is reinforcement because that's how you're going to get the job done. Okay? So I'm going to start, according to Tonda's law of effect, to favorable consequences increasing frequency. That is in current terminology, they are reinforced. And those that have neutral consequences or lead to unfavorable ones become less frequent. These relations have come to play an essential role in our understanding of operant behavior. So, things that you reinforce is what you see, improvement in. The ones you don't reinforce, you see them go extinct. That's what it's talking about. So today we're going to look at different ways we're going to do reinforcement. How are we going to get that work done? The different way, how we reinforce, how we get our reinforcers, what is the best way to do it, how we're differentially reinforcing, and when to reinforce. Okay? Rodney, the next one. Hey, Rodney, can I go to the next slide? So, what is effective reinforcement? Effective reinforcement is a consequence that increases the future frequency of a behavior. It is consistently delivering positive stimuli contingent on desired behaviors, thereby increasing the likelihood of those behaviors occurring again. It is providing rewards or positive consequences immediately after the behavior of interest, which increases the frequency of the behavior. So effective reinforcement is giving a consequence, a favorable consequence, immediately behavior on desired behavior, occurring again. It's also providing rewards or positive consequences immediately after a behavior of interest, which increases the frequency of the behavior. Okay, the next slide. So let's look at some examples here. Tom completed his homework and got a hug from mom. Tom now completes his homework every day because he likes to get a hug from mom. So he gets a hug from mom every time he completes his homework. And because he likes the hug he gets from mom, he wants to complete his homework so the mom can hug him. Jake answers question in class and got 3 stickers. Jake likes stickers. He always wants to answer questions to get more stickers. Pam got a good grade and mom removed weekend homework. Pam continues to get good grades. So these are effective reinforcement. You could see there is a presentation of reward, which increases the behavior, and then there's a removal of something that increases behavior as well. So effective reinforcement can either be positive or negative. Positive in the sense that you're adding something. You look at the examples I gave, when they gave stickers, when they gave hugs, that's what you call positive reinforcement. You're adding something so that the behavior can increase. Okay? The negative reinforcement is when you're taking something adversive. You will see a child got good grades, and then the mother removed weekend homework time. Okay, so to the next slide. So positive reinforcement occurs when a response is followed immediately by the presentation of a stimulus change that increases the future occurrence of similar responses. So there must be an increase in the future occurrence of similar responses for you to say it is a positive reinforcement. Okay, sometimes we give reinforcement and we don't see that behavior increasing. That is not reinforcement. So for applied behavior analysis, reinforcement has to be positive if after, adding something, giving a reward, giving a hug, giving praises, there is a reoccurrence of that behavior of interest. You want your student to answer questions, and then you give praises, and the student keeps answering questions. That's positive reinforcement. The examples I gave, Jake cleaned his room and got to watch his favorite movie. Jake now cleans his room every day so he can watch his favorite movie. That is positive reinforcement. Because of the reward, Jake now wants to clean his room. Kate answered 2 questions and was praised by the teacher. Kate answers questions every day because he's like the teacher's praise. So when you praise a child and then they answer questions, more questions, that is positive reinforcement because your reinforcement is getting that behavior to occur over and over again. Okay, so Tom brushed his teeth and his mom hugged him. Now Tom brushes his teeth every morning so that he can get his mom's hug. He loves his mom hugging him. So each time the mom hugs him, he's going to go brush his teeth. So that is what is called positive reinforcement. Let's look at negative reinforcement. Negative reinforcement does not mean something bad. It means that a reinforcement that occurs when something is removed following a behavior that increases the future frequency of that behavior. You're removing something so that the behavior of interest will increase. You want to increase something and you remove something that is aggressive so that that behavior will increase. So we note that both negative and positive reinforcement increase behavior. So negative reinforcement occurs when something unpleasant or uncomfortable is removed or taken away in order to increase the likelihood of the desired behavior. Example, Jack again made good grades and mom removed weekend homework. Before, Jack used to do weekend homework. So because he made good grades, mom removed weekend work. And then he continues to make good grades because he knows if he makes good grades, I'm not going to do weekend homework. I'm going to, go to parties or do something else during homework. So that is negative. Removing something is what makes it negative to increase the behavior of interest. There's always a behavior of interest, behavior you're looking at increase. Okay? The beeping sound was silenced when Jane wore her seatbelt. If you enter a car, you don't want to hear the seatbelt, you don't want to hear the sound of the beeping sound. Sometimes you quickly wear your seatbelt. So increasing the wearing of the seatbelt moves the aversive sound, the beeping sound. Okay? Let's continue, Rodney. So both positive and negative reinforcement result in increase of behavior. Both of them, one is adding something, either you're adding tangible, either you're adding edible. We're going to talk about different reinforcers, but you're adding something and increases behavior. Now, negative reinforcement is doing something to increase behavior. So reinforcement increases behavior. The behavior you want to see in your student, the behavior you want to see in your child. You praise him. Oh, when you cite a student doing something, good, saying that, oh, wow, you praise the child. And the child, because you're praising immediately, the child is connecting it with what he or she is doing. The child say, oh, this is what my teacher likes. Oh, this is what my mom likes. This is what my father likes. And they begin to exhibit the behavior more and more. Okay? And then for negative, your child does something. Oh, my child used to maybe do homework, or maybe my child, has something that is a little bit aggressive, but you want another behavior to increase. You remove that thing so that another behavior will increase. So both positive and negative reinforcement increases behavior. And that's what we advocated. Because if you use different reinforcement, you may not get to use punishment, which is very exhaustive to the child, which will lead to other things. Like we heard, other speakers talk about, especially children from trauma, that have trauma, you don't know what triggers them. A lot of love, a lot of reinforcement is going to help them improve behavior. Okay, Rodney. So, for effective reinforcement, reinforcers should be delivered immediately after their behavior occurs. Okay? Let me give an instance. You find a child coloring. Wow, good job. Because if you do not reinforce that behavior, maybe the child might start picking something on the floor and he will think you're praising the act of picking something on the floor. So reinforcement has to be immediate. If a second passes or 1 or 2 seconds, you're not reinforcing the behavior of interest. Once you find a child doing something, you reinforce immediately. So that's what they call immediacy of reinforcement. Reinforcers should be minimal. They should be moving to the based on their practice and interest. The child likes. If the child likes, they work in school. I always. Some of them just love tickle. You tickle them, and they love it, and they'll smile, and they will do that what you want them to do. Some of them like hug. But you have to be very careful when you're hugging. Some of them like tangible. Some of them like toys. Some of them. So you have to find out what your child likes. You have to find out what he or she likes and what is going to motivate them. Okay? Reinforcers should be delivered consistently to establish a clear connection between the behavior and the reward. Initially when you're teaching a concept, or initially when you're coming to a child, when you're starting, your program with a child, it is good for you to consistently reward them. When you consistently reward them, you are establishing, the link between what they are doing and the reinforcement. You're establishing that. So you continuously reinforce. Then when they know that this is what gives me the reinforcement, you can apply. Okay, so we're going to talk about later. Okay, so reinforcers should be delivered consistently. Okay, to establish a clear connection between the behavior and the reward. And then as the individual learns the desired behavior, the intensity and frequency of reinforcement can be gradually reduced and faded. I know the fading reinforcement is a place where some of us have problems, in different schools, and I've, come in contact with different people that don't know how to fade reinforcement. So we're going to learn how you're going to fade it so that it becomes normal to them. It becomes something, if that child that gets good grades becomes part of him or her to get good grades, that child that, that does his homework, he becomes part of him. That child that cleans his room, it becomes normal for him to clean his room. That child that, brushes his teeth, it becomes normal. That child that even goes into the bathroom, that I heard, doctor talk about a child who cannot enter the bathroom. I know that most of maybe the program he may have drawn up for that child will have a lot of reinforcement. There was a time I did it to them enter the bathroom.
Hi, Cynthia. Is there a storm going on in your area? What's passing through? There's a bit of static, but I think it stopped.
I don't know.
It's okay. You're back on now.
Okay. All right, the next one. Did you hear me? For how long did it happen?
We lost you for roughly about 10-15 seconds.
Okay. Maybe I'm gonna remove my earpiece and speak directly. Okay. I think it's gonna. what I'll do is let me remove. Okay. Uh, Hello.
Hello, it's much better.
Okay, it's much better now.
Yes, very much better.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So it can also be helpful to pair tangible reinforcers with social praise to promote generalization of the desired behavior. When we give our children tangibles, when we give them toys, it's always good to pair it with social praise. So as you're giving them, say, "Oh, well done for doing this," and as you're saying "well done," you're talking about something that they have done. "Oh, well done for writing so well. Oh, well done for getting your room done. Oh, well done for," so they are hearing what they are doing that you are reinforcing. Okay, it's important to determine what an individual finds reinforcing to ensure that the chosen reinforcers are effective. So this ones we're going to talk about later. Okay, Rodney, next slide. Okay, so what is a reinforcer? We've talked about reinforcement. We've talked about, positive reinforcement and negative reinforcement, what it means. And we've talked about the rules guiding reinforcement. So what is a reinforcer? What is that thing that reinforces a child? So a reinforcer is a consequence that increases the likelihood that a specific behavior or response will occur. Positive reinforcers add something to increase behavior, while negative reinforcers take something away. So when we're talking about reinforcers, that thing that you're giving that child, okay? Reinforcers can be unconditioned. An unconditioned reinforcer is a stimulus change that functions as reinforcement even though the learner has not had no particular learning history with it. When you give children food, they don't need to learn about food. Some of them like food. So when you use food as a reinforcer, they understand it quickly because some of them might be hungry or they might want the little chocolates and all that. But in ABA, that they're trying to reduce the time or reduce us giving them food, except maybe in the establishment where you're working, except parents, and the carers agree that food can be used as a reinforcer. It's a very good unconditioned reinforcer if parents, adhere and say yes, I want food. Then water is something that is, when you give to children, they don't need to learn about it. So that's why it's called unconditioned. You don't need to learn about it, because if you're thirsty, you need water, you need something to drink. Oxygen is unconditioned. You don't need to learn about it. It's what you need to be alive. Sex for adults is something that you don't need to learn about it. It's something that is natural. Warmth, warmth, when everybody likes warmth, feeling of warmth, when you're cold, you're cold. When you want to be a little bit in a place where you can be warm. People that live maybe in Nigeria may not understand, but if you live outside Nigeria, you know that warmth is something that everybody needs to be alive, and you don't learn it because you feel it. Okay, so the conditioned reinforcers, that has been it has been previously been a neutral stimulus. It doesn't mean anything, but has been paired with maybe some conditioned, some unconditioned, and some conditioned reinforcers. Something like, a toy. It may not mean anything, but when the child has learned to use it, maybe when you touch a toy and then it plays music, it's good. But toy on its own is conditioned because they need to learn what it does for it to become a reinforcer.
So for condition reinforcer, they have to learn about it. And either learning about it, you have to either pair it with something or show them, or they will learn about it as they use it, and it becomes, something that is good for them. So a condition reinforcer is a previously neutral stimulus change that has acquired the capacity to function as a reinforcer through stimulus-stimulus pairing with one or more unconditioned reinforcers or condition reinforcers. It is also or condition reinforcers. It is also referred as a secondary reinforcer. Example: toys, books. Some children like reading books because they like reading books because they have read books and they understand, they like reading books, they like the stories. Some people like hugs, some of them like activities, some of them like social praises. All these are called secondary reinforcers because they have to learn it, they have to understand how good it is. Stickers and all that, all the tangibles, they are all conditioned reinforcers. Rodney, the next slide. So we have the third one we call the generalized condition reinforcer. It's a condition reinforcer that, as a result of having been paired with many unconditioned and conditioned reinforcers, does not depend on any current establishing operations for any particular form of reinforcement for its effectiveness. Example: money, social praise, token economy. I want to give an example. Money, money can be used for different things. It can get you different things. So you can never be tired or satiated with money. So another one is social praise. Social praise is something that, we give, almost every time. And then nobody will say, oh, I'm tired of social praise. Or before I get social praise, I need something else. Okay, so that's why they are called generalized condition ref, because we've so much used them that we find out that we can use it. It can be effective at all times. It can be effective at all times. Then you have token economy. Why token economy is very good is because you're giving a child something and then they will earn something they call backup reinforcer. They will earn something big. Let's say this child likes coloring. Let's say this child likes toys. Because you don't want to be giving toys every time, you develop something they call a token economy, where this child has to try out, maybe get stickers, 10 stickers or 5 stickers, depending on what, this child capability of that child. And then at the end, the child will not earn the toy or will earn the whatever reinforcer that, and then it makes more meaning to that child. So what the token economy, we're going to talk about it later, does is that, it keeps the child, doing the work, getting stickers, and the end of 5 stickers or 10 stickers, will not get the big reward. Okay, so they call them, generalized, condition reinforcers. Reinforcers can be classified by their attributes: edible, highly preferred food. We have sensory, those ones that appeal to their senses. It could be tickles, like I've spoken before. It could be massage. Some of them, when you just give, some deep little massages at the back. Some of them, it could be music. It could be a rocking chair where they rock up and down. It could be a sensory light and toys. There are some schools and there are some establishments where they have a sensory room. It is dark, and then maybe they have, a sparkly light or something that these children look at, and then, it meets their needs. So that's what they call sensory reinforcers. Some of them are rocking chairs. They go there to rock. It meets their sensory needs. So we have tangibles too. Tangibles that can be money, stickers, toys, token. We have activity reinforcers. Maybe they're watching TV, they're watching the favorite TV, they are doing their favorite, activity. It could be fishing, it could be jumping on the trampoline, it could be coloring, it could be reading. You have children, some of them want to fix jigsaw puzzles. So these are different things where you have to know what works for your child. What works for your child? What will make your child do that thing you want him to do? Okay, we have social reinforcers, which is always good for you to use with every other ones. Maybe before you give them edible, you say, "Oh, well done for what you have done. Take this." Always pairing, social reinforcers with, the other reinforcers is, the number one thing to do. Okay, Rodney, let's move forward. Okay, so when choosing a reinforcer, think about the value of the reinforcer. Is this reinforcer good enough for what I want to use it for? There are some reinforcers that you give children and it doesn't mean anything to them. So look at the value. What do you want these children to achieve? What do you have to give in return? It's been proven reinforcement is a core. When you talk about what is core in ABA, it is a core of ABA. If you do not know how to apply reinforcement, you will not know how to, get these children to acquire, the verbal skills. You don't know how they will not be able to acquire the skills acquisition that we're teaching them. Reinforcement, and other things that they use, they are the key ones. So the frequency in which the reinforcer is being provided, you have to think about that one too. The amount or how much of a reinforcer is being provided. How much of that reinforcer? We're going to talk about it. The variety of reinforcers available. So is it only one reinforcer that you're using? Sometimes they satiate on it. There's something they call satiation. So sometimes they're tired. Oh, this child likes balloons. So every day I give this child balloon. At a time, the child is tired. So do you have variety? Can you change? They say variety is the spice of life. The same goes with the reinforcers. Okay, Rodney. Next slide, Rodney. Okay. So, how do we choose our reinforcers? How do we know which one is going to be reinforcing to this child? We do that through what we call stimulus preference assessment. Okay, stimulus preference assessment. So, stimulus preference assessment refers to a variety of procedures used to determine one, that the stimuli that the person differentially selects. What stimuli does that person differentially select? The relative hierarchical preference value of those stimuli. So if you have 5 or 6 or 7, so what are the hierarchical order? Which one is the first? Which one is the second? Which one is the third? Then the next thing it does is whether highly preferred items ultimately serve as effective reinforcers. So that's what stimulus preference assessment does, for us. And there are different types of stimulus preference assessments. We have the free operant, we have the single stimulus, we have the peg stimulus, we have the multiple stimulus with item replacement, we have the multiple stimulus without item replacement. We're going to talk about it just briefly. Rodney? So the free operant preference assessment, we're talking about how do you select reinforcers? How do you know what reinforces your child? There are different ways you can do that. I know for RBTs, you are expected to do preference assessment is part of your duty. To do preference assessment at least once in a year, or once or twice in a year, so that you will understand what reinforcers the child you're working with, will prefer. So the free operant preference assessment allow your learner. How do you do this? You allow your learner free access to items in the environment while you observe and take data on what they independently choose to engage. You have a lot of toys in your play area, or you have a lot of toys in their room. Just leave all of them there and watch what the child plays with. So, example, your client attends therapy in a clinic setting or in a school setting. To run a free operant preference assessment, you allow free access to all the items in the playroom while you sit to the side and observe what they are doing. Okay? So you observe for maybe 20 minutes, for 30 minutes, depending on how that child likes to play. And then you now take note of what has happened. This is an example. 8 o'clock, walks around, flaps hands, flaps arms, put together a puppy puzzle independently for 5 minutes. Walks around again, walks around the game, flaps hands, play with sensory water table for about 8 minutes. So from there, you just watch for maybe 2 or 3 for 20 minutes, but you've seen that this child, what the child played with the most, what he stayed with for the longest time. You can say, okay, I'm going to use this as a reinforcer. At least you have to. The first one he played for 5 minutes, the second one he played for 7 minutes. Then another way you can assess, to find out which reinforcer your child is going to prefer is by using what we call single stimulus preference assessment. How do you do this? You provide your learner with one item and monitor their response to it, taking data on whether they accept the item or push it away, how long they engage with it. Some items you will send to them, they will not touch it. Some of them, they will just toss it about. But some of them, you place it, they would like to manipulate it. They would like to work with it. They would like to touch it. Okay? So that's what they call the single stimulus preference assessment. Example, I gave an example here. When you present a learner with a squishy, let's just say you give a learner a squishy ball, then they push it away. So you record this and remove the ball. Next, you present them with a toy car. They grab it and go vroom, 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 driving it on the floor. Automatically, you know that the car is something that you're gonna use to reinforce them. Okay, that ranks as number one. Okay, so you record the data and then move to the next item. When finished, you create a hierarchy of things that the child like, from the one he played the most with, he played creatively with, to the last one. So you now have varieties. Sometimes you reinforce with the car, sometimes to those ones that they have chosen that maybe played with less, but you have a hierarchy of what you can use. Okay, then the next one, the paired stimulus, paired choice. Okay, here you provide your learner with 2 items and allow them to choose between the 2. So this one is a forced choice. They call it, another name that they call it is paired choice or forced choice. So you provide them with 2 items, let them choose one. Then you bring in another 2 items, let them choose whichever one until you get a list of what that serves as reinforcers to you. Rodney. Okay, so another way you can, choose your reinforcers is by doing what we call multiple stimulus with replacement preference assessment. Here, you provide the learner with array of various items, allowing them to choose one. After they engage with their item for a short time, maybe you have 5 on the table, they take one. And then after they engage with it, allow them to engage with that item for a long time, you replace the arrays with new items. The item that they selected gets put back. Remember, they selected one, they were playing with it. So after some time, remove everything, bring in a new set, and then put back that one that they selected and put it back. Okay? And then keep, let's see if they're going to select it again or select something else. That's what you do, repeat until each item is presented in 2 arrays. All the items are presented twice. Then now choose a hierarchy of what you can use as your reinforcer. Okay, so the next one is multiple stimulus without replacement. Rodney, next slide. Okay, multiple stimulus without replacement. Here you provide your learner with an array of multiple items, instructing them to choose one. After they engage with any chosen item for a short time, you remove the item, rearrange the order of the array, and instruct them to select. So you remove that one that they have played with, rearrange the array. Maybe you have 7 or 8, and they take one, they play with it. After some time, remove that one that they've played with, and then rearrange the other ones and see which one they will pick again. So by the time you get a hierarchy of how they have chosen the different items, and with that you can use them, because you see, those children, they work well when you use something that they prefer. So all this stimulus preference assessment helps you select what you're going to use. So we're not going to be, oh, he may like this, oh, he may like that, or hey, Ken likes this, oh, he will like this. No, every child is different, and for you to know which one is going to work with your child, you have to do preference assessment. And that's why we're talking about effective reinforcement. I know we do reinforcement sometimes, but if you do it wishy-washy, you're going to get a wishy-washy, work. But when you do it well, the way we've spoken about it, you will find out that, whatever you're teaching the child, all the skills acquisition you're teaching the child, because the child likes what he gets. I've worked, with children where maybe their parents said, yes, their food. Maybe they have a popcorn. With one pack of popcorn, I could get all my work done. Because I'll place two, the child will put two in his mouth. I'll bring my work. The child will do. Looking at the popcorn, I'll remove my work, give the child another two popcorn. That's how we eat the popcorn until we finish our food. And then he can play. So when you have effective reinforcers, it makes your work easy. It makes it easy for you. And then you get these children learning. And it works like magic. So we have to do preference assessment. So I talked about token economy because it's a good one, especially if even when you start it when they are very young, at age 4, at age 5, you could start using token economy, with your children. And once they learn the skill, you will find out that it's going to prolong how you use, your tangibles or your reinforcers, because there's something they are working towards something. So token economy is based on the principle of applied behavior analysis, ABA, and emphasize the use of positive reinforcement to target behavior change. Token economics help students to visualize progress, accept and work for delayed reinforcement, learn to self-monitor, and learn to self-regulate. So a token economy system is a method used to try and reinforce to increase the frequency of a target behavior, maybe like eye contact or whatever you want to teach. The tokens or symbols are provided to the individual when the target behavior is performed. The tokens can then be exchanged by the child for other types of reinforcement. Maybe they like bubbles or maybe they like treats. For example, if the target behavior is eye contact, each time the child makes eye contact, give the child a specific stimulus. Look at me, you can provide a token. When the child has accumulated enough token, maybe 5, depending on how that child, for younger children, you can use 5. For maybe children that are 7 or more, you can use 10, sometimes 20 tokens. The child can exchange the same number of tokens to obtain a more tangible reinforcer, maybe the candy or whatever that you're using as their reinforcer. Okay, so how does it work? Now, this is the cycle. A child has no tokens and no access to desirable items or activities. Then the child engages in a desirable behavior or target behavior. Then the child is given a token to engage in the, oh, you did this. Let me give an instance. Let me explain here. You have a child working on, let's say, the eye contact. So look at me. And the child looks, so, well, good job. You put a sticker, because there are token board. You have a token board already. You put a sticker. And then you go again, oh, look at me. And the child looks at you. You put another sticker. By the time that sticker gets to 5, you say, oh, good job. Then you give, if the child likes bubbles, or if the child likes treats, maybe the child has candy, or the child has something else, or it has a toy car. You say, oh, you can have it. Well done. The child go plays with the toy car for 5 minutes or 3 minutes, depending on how long you want the child. So that's how it works. So let's see how a token economy works in a school. Attending to a target behavior, the target behavior you have for this child, attending to his tutor before the delivery of an instruction. Attending means, getting ready for work. There are children that when you keep them on the table, they're all going like this, going like this. No. Attending means I'm ready to work, give me the work. That's attending. So tokens to be used. Laminated star stickers placed on the token board. Backup reinforcers. What is backup reinforcers? That backup reinforcers is what the child is working for, because the token is just stickers that you can put on the board, but there's something the child is working for. That's what you call the backup reinforcers. Okay, so reinforcement schedule. I said, okay, maybe one token. Adam received one token for every single time he engaged in target behavior. Make eye contact, I'll give him one token. Then the rate of token exchange for reinforcers. Maybe 5 tokens, maybe 10 tokens. You have to keep this in, keep it at a record because it's systematic. That's why we are talking about effective reinforcers. What will work for you? What will make your work easy? Okay, so time and place to exchange. So at the end of the 5 tokens, or at the end of 10 tokens, what do you want to give the child? This was done immediately after 10 tokens. So if the backup reinforcer is a toy car, or if it's a bubble, if it's bubbles, or if it's anything, make sure it is already available. And once the child gets the 10 tokens, you say, good job. Now you can ride your car for 3 minutes. The child go ride the car for 3 minutes and come back, and you remove all the tokens and you start the work again. That's how token economy works. Okay, so I have Rodney. Okay, I've already explained what backup reinforcers means. Let's have a picture. This is what a token board means. Like this for a baby of 3 years, 4 years. I'm working for, so you could put the picture of whatever they are working for here. I'm working for bubbles. I'm working for whatever, and then they will end the 5 stickers. So this can be smiley face if they like smiley face. Once they do what you want them to do, you take the smiley face and stick it here. Or if it's a check, you're giving them a check or a tick, you cut it out, you put it until they get 5. You would have laminated all this, cut it out, put Velcro up and down, okay? And so that you're quickly fixing it as the child is doing the work. Okay, that's token economy. I'm looking at my time. So we're doing so well. We're talking about effective reinforcement. Effective reinforcement gets your work done. Because you've been wondering, why is my child not having eye contact? Why is my child not doing this? Why is my child not using functional communication? Well, you have to reinforce them effectively. Okay, how do you reinforce these children? When do you reinforce them? Schedules of reinforcement. I know most of these things, we have done them. For some of us that did our RBT, for some of us that have done our QBAs, we have done all those things. But you see, the practicing them is trouble. And what we're doing now is, how do you practice it in your own way? You're supposed to have your supervisor who might tell you all this things. But when you come with your supervisor, I say, this is what I'm doing. And you say, okay, do this one and this one. So schedules of reinforcement. How do we reinforce these children? There's something they call continuous. This one, everybody knows it. Continuous reinforcement, occurs when reinforcement are provided every time an individual displays a particular behavior. For little children who are just learning new skills, it's good for you to use continuous reinforcement. For little children, when you're starting new topics that they don't know, you want them to do, you must reinforce every time. Every occurrence of the behavior, you reinforce it. It's called continuous reinforcement schedule. Okay? So every time they do that thing you want them to do, you reinforce. Every time they do that thing you want them to do, you reinforce it. Because you're teaching new things, you want them to be interested, you want them to, to know that each time they listen to you or they do this to you, they're going to get their reinforcement. Okay? It could be token economy, it could be whatever reinforcement you're using, they're going to get it at all times. So that's what is called continuous reinforcement schedule. Okay. The next one is the intermittent reinforcement. Intermittent reinforcement occurs when reinforcers are provided only some of the time when a particular behavior is displayed. For example, when the child is learning to tie their shoes, praise is used as reinforcer for this skill on an intermittent schedule of reinforcement. Though sometimes when your client ties their shoe independently, you offer behavior-specific praise. Other times, you provide no praise. Okay, so intermittent means you don't provide it at all times. That's what it means. But you're not providing at all times doesn't mean you don't have a schedule. There is a schedule to it. There is how you can do it. Okay, so what are the different ways you can reinforce? The first one we can talk about, it's called fixed interval. Rodney? Okay, we have fixed interval. Okay, I can see someone. Is my time up? Rodney?
No, your time is not up. I was just responding to
Okay,
Dr.
so,
Paulie. So he's just here, but
okay.
we'll still continue.
All right. So you have fixed interval schedule of reinforcement. The fixed interval schedule of reinforcement, interval means time. You can say, okay, every 3 minutes, every 5 minutes, I'm going to reinforce. Every 7 minutes, I'm going to reinforce. But you have it as a schedule. That's why, when they said you're going to work with a supervisor, sometimes you're working with a supervisor who is helping you create, your schedules of reinforcement. You're working, with your director in your school. He's a behavior analyst. She's going to say, okay, this child is going to be, for this behavior, is going to be on fixed interval 4 or fixed interval 3 or fixed interval, because they know what it means. They know how to do it, because all the time has to average at something. So, but for RBTs, your supervisor will guide you on this one and when to use this one or when to use another one. Fixed interval means you're working for a fixed time. Okay, if I'm going to reinforce this child after every 3 minutes, I'm going to reinforce this child after every 5 minutes, I'm going to reinforce this child after every 2 minutes, and all those times will average at something that you're working for, maybe at average of 5, average of 10. Okay, so let's move to another one, Rodney. Then fixed ratio. Ratio means number. We're simplifying everything. Interval means time, ratio means number. So I'm going to say here, for this my child, I'm going to reinforce you when you answer 2 questions. Now, this intermittent reinforcement is used when you have started the topic. Let's say these children are getting used to the topic. They are answering the question. So you don't need to do the continuous reinforcement. You now say, okay, if they get 2 questions, I'm going to reinforce them. If they get 3 questions, I'm going to reinforce them. Okay. So when they say the first one, you keep quiet. When they say, oh, well done for answering. So that is how it works. So for fixed ratio, you have a fixed number of things that they're going to do or they're going to answer before you reinforce them. Okay, Rodney. Okay, so we have variable interval. The variable interval is at different times. I made a mistake. The fixed interval is at fixed time. It has to be the same time. Maybe every 2 minutes, Then the variable interval is the one that you use at different time, the averages. So let's remember that the fixed interval I spoke about is fixed time, and then variable interval is at different times, the averages at a number. Variable, as the name implies, interval means time. Variable, and it can vary from one time to another. Sometimes 1 minute, sometimes 2 minutes, sometimes 3, or sometimes 5. But it has an average of something. Okay, Rodney. Then we have variable ratios. Variable ratios is that it varies. The number of questions. You might answer 2 questions, you reinforce. Sometimes it's 3 questions, you reinforce. Sometimes it's 5 questions, you reinforce. It varies. Then at the end of it, it averages, because your supervisor would have just said it's average of 4 or average of 5. So that means all the different ratios, when you add up together and divide by the time, it gives you either that number they've given you. But the variable ratio and the variable interval are said to be the best, because they don't know when reinforcement is coming. So they are working hard, because they don't know, I don't know when my teacher is going to reinforce me, when he's going to give me that toy car, or when he's going to give me that bubbles to play. So they'll keep answering questions until you give it to them. So the variable ratio and the variable interval are said to be the best. So the tip here is to remember this schedule of reinforcement. Is one thing to keep in mind is variable means changes. So if it's variable interval, changing time. Fixed is the same. So to fix interval for fixed ratio means the same time and the same number. Interval means time-based. Ratio means based on number of occurrences. Okay. So how do we refine behaviors? We talked about how we reinforce, when we reinforce, what we use in reinforcing, how do we reinforce, we refine behavior. So when our children are doing well, we differentially reinforce. Please, let's go to the first one. I know by time. Let's go to the first one. Rodney? No, the first one about So differential reinforcement is a strategy used in applied behavior analysis to address challenging behaviors or undesirable behaviors, usually in children. The goal is to encourage appropriate behavior by giving or withholding reinforcement. So the theory behind differential reinforcement is that people tend to repeat behaviors that are reinforced or rewarded and are less likely to continue behaviors that aren't reinforced. So the behaviors that are reinforced is what they pick up, they continue to do. So those ones you don't reinforce, they don't do them. So differential reinforcement consists of two components: reinforcing the appropriate behavior and withholding reinforcement of the inappropriate behavior. Okay, so Rodney, let's go. Rodney, next slide. Okay, so go back one step. No, the next one, the one before this one. Okay. So we have differential reinforcement of other behaviors. This reinforces essentially any other behaviors besides the problem behavior. So you have your child, maybe there's a problem behavior that child is doing, you're not reinforcing that behavior. But when the child does something else, you reinforce all other things, but you're not reinforcing the problem behavior. The child that is sitting on the floor wailing, you're not reinforcing wailing, but that child now stands up, and said, and start coloring. So well done for doing this. Okay. So we have differential reinforcement of flow rates. This simply seeks to lower the occurrence of behaviors that may be socially acceptable, but only in some situations or with low frequency. Example, for example, playing, is perfectly appropriate for most children. However, a therapist may use DRL, differential reinforcement of low rates, to encourage that behavior only at appropriate times and not to, the exclusion of other tasks. A good example of this type of differential reinforcement is a child who repeatedly washes his hands before lunch. In this case, the teacher wants the child to wash his hands, but not more than once before lunch. Using DRI, the teacher would reward the child by allowing him to be first in line to lunch if he avoids washing his hands more than once. So differential reinforcement of low rates of behavior is, behavior that you find your child doing so much of, but you want that child to do very little. So you differentially reinforce the low rates of behavior. Okay. I think I missed one. Please, Rodney, please go up one bit, one up a little bit. The first one, the first, and the next one. Go up a little bit. 38. No, 38. Slide 38. Okay. So another aspect of reinforcement is when let me go down. Differential reinforcement of incompatible behaviors. Reinforcement is only given when a behavior is shown that cannot exist simultaneously as the problem behavior. Now, let me think of an incompatible behavior. If a child has a tendency to wander around a classroom, for example, DRI might call for reinforcement to only occur when the child is seated. So the child cannot be walking and seated at the same time. Then another one is that maybe a child that throws things and around in the classroom. If the child puts his hand in the pocket, that's incompatible behavior, because he cannot put his hand in the pocket and throw things around. So you reinforce those incompatible behaviors and not the ones that you don't want. So the next one is differential reinforcement of alternative behavior. This actively rewards behavior that are alternatives to a problematic behavior. A good example is when a child performs a task quietly and without force, as opposed to loudly or when objecting. So if you give a child, work, and the child is doing it so well, you can differentially reinforce that child. Keep reinforcing, oh, I like the way you're doing your work. You're so calm. And then you reinforce, keep reinforcing and keep talking about it. So using reinforcement effectively. Set an easily achievable initial criterion for reinforcement. Okay. We said reinforce if you're starting, a new program, reinforce continuously. Use high quality reinforcers of sufficient magnitude. Use good reinforcers. Do your preference assessment. Find out reinforcers that work for your different children. Children are different. Don't use the same reinforcers. The one you use for this child, you use it for another child. No. Children, as their faces are different, everybody is different. They like different things. Use high quality reinforcers. Don't pick things from the classroom and say, oh, this is what I'm going to use. It doesn't work. It's not going to work. Use varied reinforcers to maintain potent establishing oppressions. Now, use varied. Why you do, the preference assessment is because you want to have a hierarchy of different, reinforcers to use. So use different types. Don't use the same every day because they satiate on it. If you use bubbles and always using bubbles, they get tired of bubbles. If you use the same food, they get tired of the food. They don't want to do that work again when you present it. So use varied types of reinforcers. Use direct rather than indirect reinforcement contingencies when possible. Okay. Combine response prompts and reinforcement. Combine response prompts and reinforcement. Response prompt is that thing that they have done, you say it, and then you give reinforcement. Initially reinforce each occurrence of the behavior, provide contingent attention and descriptive praise, gradually increase the response to reinforcement delay. That's when you now, do maybe ratio or interval, reinforcement. Instead of doing every time they answer the question, you can say, okay, after every 2 questions or after every 4 questions, that is your thinning. That is how you thin your reinforcement. Okay, because some people find it difficult to fade reinforcement. How you fade reinforcement is by thinning it. Instead of giving every other time, you give maybe after 2 questions or after 2 minutes, and then you keep on moving, thinning it, making it higher and higher, and finally there will not be no reinforcement. So gradually shift from contrived to naturally occurring reinforcers. So by the time you keep turning it, these children have made, all the gains that you wanted them to make. So the benefits of effective reinforcement: increase motivation. Reinforcement helps individuals become more motivated to engage in desired behaviors. When you motivate your children in any way or form, you see that they don't even know when they are doing what you want them to do because they are motivated. It helps with skills development. Reinforcement helps them acquire all those skills that you want them to acquire. You want them to begin to talk. You want them to begin to, do those skills acquisitions, and you want them to go to the bathroom. All those things you want them to do. If you want to improve behavior, you differentially reinforce for good behaviors. Then positive relationship. Using positive reinforcement can foster positive relationship between you and the child. Each time the child sees you, they want to hug you because they know that you're coming with goodies. So keep it up. We have very little time. Keep it up. Be very, very effective. It works. It works for me. I'm a behavior therapist in a school, and I use positive reinforcement. I've never had any of, I've never used, punishment for my children. They're doing all the work. When they see me, they're smiling. Their teachers will say, oh, Miss Cynthia, what are you always bringing? They'll come and hug me because I bring goodies, and they do whatever I want them to do. So keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Maduka. That was awesome. Reinforcement is what we live for. All right. So, quick one. I know Dr. Paulie is here who will take the closing remark, but I want to let Dr. Paulie know that the previous presenter had a technical issue. So I'm going to bring her back and give her 15 minutes to finish her presentation. And for this present speaker, I think your 2 secret words you sent to me were conditioned, and this conditioned and unconditioned reinforcer, and the second one
And
was differential
differential
reinforcement.
reinforcement. Yes.
So before we go to Mrs. the Mrs. Olaiya and Mrs. Tinola, let me give Mrs. Maduka her questions. Let me give her a
All
few
right.
minutes.
Okay. Okay. So let me get out here.
No, yes, you can remain. You can remain. Mrs. Maduka, there's a question from Deco Gift, and these questions are goes like this: Reinforcers, how would you handle a case where the child frequently has access to his or her preferred reinforcer from parents and doesn't follow direction because the reinforcer is always made available?
Okay. In the school, we talked about having an IEP and having understanding with the parent. Okay, when you have an understanding with the parent and you say, oh, this is what we are working for, and this is the reinforcers that we're using at school, it's always good to have the provision of that reinforcers. It's something that you have to talk to your parents about because those children achieving is not only for you, it's for the parents, it's for the school, it's for the teachers. So everybody's going to be working together. So we're working together means that if I'm using iPad, let's say for instance I'm using iPad in school, these children will not have access to iPad at home. If I find out that they're having iPad at home, I'm going to change the reinforcer to something else. These children you can find different things that they find interested in their classroom. Their classroom is filled with all the resources. It could be sand. I have a child that, play with sand. I won't touch the iPad because they're not going to do anything if they're being satiated with the iPad. Some of them, when they are coming from school, they have it on their lap of their parents because their parents don't want to be part of anything. They want to give it to them and push them away. So I'm going to change the reinforcer and use something different. Let's do another preference assessment and remove the iPad as part of it and let them choose other things that you can use. There's no way they're going to have only one reinforcer. Use the other ones. But you have to get buy-in from the parents. Parents have to be part of it. The teachers have to be part of it. Everybody have to be part of it for you to work. Okay?
All right, thank you so much. That was awesome. Then there's a remark from Mr. Francis. He said, in ABA, we understand that emphasis is laid on reinforcing specific behavior and not the individual. That said, that supposedly increased the need to focus on specificity. As Dr. Ed opinioned earlier, could you please speak a little more on specificity when reinforcing a behavior? For example, do we say good writing when target behavior is to increase writing, or do we just say good boy or girl when the individual is writing?
You're not going to use good boy or girl. Like I said, it's you you specifically talk about the behavior the child is doing. So that's how this child begin to think about the reinforcer with the behavior. This child is doing good. Oh, well done. You have such a good handwriting. I like your handwriting. Well done for doing this. Hug, 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 hug. You are giving the hug because you've thought about the handwriting the child is doing. Reinforcing the child. Don't say good boy or good girl. No, you have to specify. If the child enters, maybe, let me just say for children who don't want to go to the bathroom, the child enters, wow, you enter the bathroom, big hug. You're sitting on the bowl, you sat on the bowl. You're mentioning whatever that child is doing. So the child is knowing that you're pairing the behavior, they're being specific, using the behavior the child is doing, reinforcing the behavior and talking about the behavior that child is doing. Don't say good boy, don't good girl. No, that's not ABA style. ABA style is you're saying the behavior that the child is doing, even when you're praising. Oh, thank you for answering 2 math questions. You got these addition questions right. You're talking about behavior. You're talking about specific behavior. We're not using good boy, good. Oh, well done. No. As you say well done, you're talking about that behavior that child has done, and because that's what you're reinforcing. You're not reinforcing that child. If you want the child to attend to a lesson, let's say the child needs to attend, follow class rules, listen, ask questions. As the child sees and looking at you're looking at the teacher. Well done. You're not reinforcing him, you're reinforcing specific behaviors. That is ABA.
Thank
Okay.
you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, like I said earlier, the secret for Mrs. Helen, um, Mrs. Cynthia, is one, unconditioned and conditioned and unconditioned reinforcers, and two, differential reinforcement. Thank you. So we'll
Thank
move on
you.
to Mrs. Tinuola. Are you ready?
Muted. Yes, I'm ready.
So where we left you
Apologies. I
was
got
a case study.
yeah. I got warmed off and I didn't even realize it. I was just yakking along here.
You have
Yes.
like
Okay.
13
So
minutes.
all right, no worries at all. We're rounding up. So we're going to look at a case study. Remember, we're talking about what our position should be. You know, if we're ethically advocating in an IEP, that we must bear in mind, okay, that we must come to the meeting or to the putting together of that document, setting background knowledge, okay? A functional behavior assessment, know what the diagnosis is, have a history of the child, some criteria. We must have some information. Why? Because we're going to be advocating for that child. We're going to be saying this should be the input or that should be the input. Yes. And because we're going to be doing that, we've got to come to that. Meeting with information. So I also said that traditionally, what is usually dumped on behavior analyst or an ABA person in school environment here is okay, the child is behaving, or okay, go, there's a problem, or go and solve it, go and put out the fire. But I'm saying because of the technology that we have. And if we're going to be advocating ethically, we've got to move out of that. We've got to be involved in skill acquisition because excesses are bound as a result of deficits. So take the case of a child that is aggressing, all right, in the school environment. The school environment, the reaction can be just taken away from, just restriction, just restrictive placement. Okay, take him away. If he cannot be in general class, go and put him in that classroom, and both of you can be there. Yes, but an ethical way to go would be a solution that addresses deficit. Of course, there would be the assessment of why the aggressive behavior is occurring in the first place, who it is occurring with, what time of day, and all of that information will be put in together. Now, based on that, we'll now look at what the deficits are. Is it a language deficit? Is it a communication deficit? Is it just something that is evoking a behavior that, okay? So it's not like it's just when they see this person, comes up. What do you associate with the person? There's a case of a child that would not work with male tutors. He would aggress forcefully towards male tutors. He would aggress terribly towards male tutors. It was learning the history of what was going on at home that we realized that, okay, his dad was physically abusive towards him. Yes. But if what we just did was, oh, take him away and you don't have that information, you won't know how to started the process of pairing all of the men in the environment with with goodies, and we just continued to do that until we flipped it on him, flipped it on the situation and got his changed his behavior around. So what we're doing has got to go beyond the traditional thing of just putting a lead on it. We've got to do more than putting a lead on it. Yes, we've got to look at what's going on there. Is it are there deficits? Because there are always deficits actually. It's not whether they're deficits. One, they're excesses, they're deficits. Yes, the child is aggressing towards their classmates. Why is that? Yes, looking at that, looking at the data from the functional behavior assessment, we can work out a skill acquisition plan. We must, and that must be part of the IEP, because the technology that we have is one that can develop skills. So we must make sure that we put that on the table. Yes, because it is only that way that we are advocating ethically. Yes. And then, of course, advocate for structured research as well. Um, Advocate for pair bodies, advocate for pairing, pairing other pairs in the environment to them, advocate for pair bodies, look at structured research. What is the child? Does the child have competent leisure and play skills? Do we need to go there? So it is to know what the deficits are. The evaluation of diagnosis is important because the external and internal environments are relevant to behavior. So what is the new? What's happening in there that is perhaps the variable for this behavior? Yes, bringing that about so that um, whatever is going to be put together in the IP is considering the abilities of the child, the present abilities of the child. No matter where you're taking them, they are starting from somewhere. The present abilities of the child, yes, and outcomes can be very impressive when we put all of this in place. Yeah. All right. So, what I would like for us to go away with is that even though in our environment here, we are usually not invited, to except you're working in certain schools, they're usually not invited to IP meetings. But even then, when we get into a school environment and we see that a child has their expectations, yes, academic expectations from the child and social expectations from the child. We must not just be looking at the inappropriate behaviors. We must be looking at the deficits that are that are paving the way for that inappropriate behavior. And we must come up with a plan, you know, put together with the academic plan to move the child along. Yes. So, in conclusion, ethical IEPs prioritize dignity, prioritizes inclusion, of course, data, because it is from data that we get, you know, information about whether what we're doing is working, whether we need to change plans, or whether it's not working. Yes, and all of this should be part of, yeah, when we revisit a plan. When we revisit a plan has been put together, we revisit it and say, okay, this was what we're supposed to do, we're doing it, but is it working? Yes, commit to one change at a time. I mean, don't let it not be cramped up. Let an IP just not be filled with too many things. Let it not be overwhelming for the child. And if the child can have an input in an IP, yes, let the child have an input in the IP. And if they cannot, of course, their parents should be present, should be their voice there. And then the use of trauma informed language as well. Yes. Okay. And so I come nicely to the end of that one. I saw two questions, Rodney. I don't know if this is a good time to address those questions.
Yes, yeah,
Is it
please.
a good
This is a good
question?
time.
Okay, all right. So I got two questions. One was from, I think both of them were from Dr. Ed. He says, what are the impacts of territoriality on ethical advocacy during IEP? Um, well, you see, so what I say really is that the only reason a behavior analyst is in a school or ABA is in a school is because they have problems. You get what I mean? There are students there that are giving them issues, giving them a headache. They've tried a few things and it is not working. So when you come in, you have that foot in the door, as it were. You have that foot in the door to now get yourself acclimatized to the culture of the environment, learn the culture, and begin to slowly educate. Okay, not of course talk down at people. Yeah, to begin to get your and there's nothing like demonstration. There's nothing like demonstration. People want results. People have a problem and they really want to see it go away. I always say that when you get into a school environment and you begin to have problems with and the school or there's some kind of people begin to want to push you out or push you into a corner. I say, okay, let's look at what's going. Are we achieving what it is that we say we are achieving? Yes, are we doing in this climb, because I can only talk about this climb. This is where I work from. This is where I operate from. Yes, people will just say, oh, so you really need to look at, are we achieving what this child that was disruptive in class is a child less disruptive? Okay, this child that was not able to do this, are they doing it now? Yes, and ABA has the power to do that if we're engaging, if we're following our plans with great fidelity. So with that, yes, people would, it is, I think for me, I think what I'll say is proper communication and trying to understand the culture of the environment in which you have come. And don't come as a top down thing. Don't do top down. Find out what people's problems are and be the solution, because that's really what ABA is. As a Dr. Ed will say, Vulcanizer, where are the tires to be fixed? Let's sort it. Okay, so
There's a question from Danjuma. When you're done with that
okay,
second
so
question from Dr. Ed.
yeah, but Dr. Ed's second question says, regarding the student with the apparent ADHD symptom jumping around at school, whom the parents are okay with, how would you address the issues in IEP meetings? So I always take on what parents say. I always social validity is very great, it's very big for me. I always listen to parents' input, to what they want, I will advocate for the child, because when we're putting a program together, we're not just looking at the 4-year-old child. I'm looking at the 10-year-old child. I'm looking at the 15-year-old teenager. I'm looking at the adult. So I will advocate, because I know the prerequisite skills for building certain skills. And as much as I can, I explain to parents. So with these parents, I'd explained, okay, that this is why I think it's important for him to attend this. But I find that the child was attending in school, but the only place where he wasn't attending was at home. Yeah, the only place where he wasn't attending was at home. So what I say is, I will take on what they say. I would take on what they say, that this particular thing that I'm, because remember, we say that ABA focuses on what? Socially significant behaviors that matter to the person and the family. So we cannot, like, wave it off when they say, oh, this is not important for me. You advocate for the child, yes, and you make your case, and you keep making your case, you see, because there will be instances where you can prove that your hypothesis in the history of your relationship, like, I think this is why the child should do this. But with them, I said, oh, yeah, fine. It's okay if it's okay for him to be jumping at home, because he wasn't doing the same thing at school. But at home, it's fine for you. All
Thank
right,
you
what's the
very
other
much. A
question?
question from Danjuma Manji. He said, what should you do if a parent refuses to show up for the IEP meeting despite multiple requests?
Um, so you see, when you start with a parent with regards to what do you want for your child, okay, what do you want for your child? All right, because every parent wants something for their child. When that is the beginning of the engagement, what do you want for your child? And they state, I want him to do this, I want him to do this, I want him. Okay, so this is how we want to go about it. Yes, but if you have a parent that is just doesn't come at all, and you've exhausted all you can, there are usually other primary caregivers that you can enlist. There's always somebody. If there's an absentee parent, there's somebody that is standing in their place for that child. Yes. And you engage with that person. You engage with that person, but you also make sure that you let the parent know what the progress is. You always make sure that they're in the loop.
Okay, one last question, then we'll move on to Dr. Paulie. This question is from Gift Dico, and she says, IEP, if an IEP is tailored to a child's academic and behavioral needs, after an IEP meeting with all stakeholders, is it okay for the school management to insist parents are to pay for same quantity of textbooks used by the neurotypical children in same class even when the child is a beginner?
Okay, so that is what that's the school. There are schools that have different cultures. They have a culture that once we admit you, you must wear a uniform, you must acquire this, you must get this, you must your parents must. It's just there. You must pay for this, you must pay for this, you must pay for that. So if so what you're saying is it morally? So you're thinking, do they have the moral standing? Is it morally right for them to do it? You may say it is not. But if it is the rule and they don't want to begin to excuse some children so that other parents don't come and say, hey, but my child is not doing this, they just want it to be a level playing uniform field. If you talk about moral standing, yes, morally.
I think your last two secret keywords.
hmm Last two secret keywords for me, it is individualized and educational.
Individualized and
Yes,
educational.
educational. Yes.
So while I want Dr. Paulie to turn on his camera and mic, let's see if we can take one last question from. Okay, I think you answered this question already.
Okay. Have
You
I?
you, you treated the question, but maybe from Dr. Mazi Okey. He said, "Is there a legislative basis for the use of
Mm-hmm.
IEPs in Nigeria? If not, what might
Good. Okay.
advocacy look like in
Mm,
ABA for ABA advocates?"
hmm.
After
Okay.
you're done with
So
this,
there
we'll
is.
move on to Dr.
I
Paulie.
don't believe. I don't. There's no. I don't think now. Let me not say this categorically. I do not think that we have like a legislation for IP as you do in America. I don't believe so. I mean, because yeah, I don't think so. So advocacy is what we're doing presently, trying to say that there are children in schools that need support, that need isolate them at home. They've got to be in school because their deficits are social deficits. They've got to be interacting with other people and learning, but in doing that, we've got to put together a kind of particular program for them um, to make sure their learning is effective. So I think that it's engaging and just continuous engagement with the government. When I say government, the level of the local government or people in the Ministry of Education, as it were, and then the schools, really, in general, the schools appeal to the conscience of school proprietor and proprietresses. Really, that's what advocacy appealing to the conscience, to conscience of school proprietors and proprietresses.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I
Oh,
think that answers the last
all
question.
right.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
So next we've now come to the closing session, and our closing remark will be by no other than Dr. Paulie Gavoni. Dr. Paulie, nice to have you. You may take control. No, I can't hear you. You might want to see if your mic is connected. If you're using an external device, just to make sure you can search.
Okay, try that.
Yeah,
How's that?
got good.
And can I share my screen? I'm not giving access to share my screen.
Yes, give me 1 minute. You'll
Okay.
be able to
Hold
share your screen in. Yes, you can.
Okay, there it is. Okay, let me see here. There it is. Great. Okay, can you see that?
Yes, I can.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Before we get going, I'd like to know who are my participants today. We have are we behavior analysts? Are we other folks? Can you guys type in the chat if you're a behavior analyst or you're a leader, manager, you're a parent, consumer? Can you drop that in the chat for me, please? Or maybe we're on the. Oh, here we go. BA. Okay. Rodney, maybe you can tell me, because perhaps people are just on their phones, so they're not able to, type it in. Okay.
All
All right.
right.
Well, I'll just.
The forum is made up of behavior analysts, behavior assistant analysts, QBAs, behavior technicians, registered behavior technicians, and ABATEC.
Okay. Gotcha.
Anytime.
Okay, wonderful. Perfect. All right, great. Great. Well, thank you so much to ABA Nigeria for inviting me out to talk about something that is near and dear to my heart, and that is the science of human behavior, and particularly how it applies to leadership. Now, I believe that leadership matters a lot. In fact, whenever people come together, whether it's family, it's classroom, sports team, organization, community, and of course, I think we'd all agree that even entire nations, it's the quality of leadership that really helps to shape like every outcome. Now, I think that many people mistake leadership for positional authority, like things like titles, ranks, giving somebody given the corner office or something. But I don't think that's true. I've seen a lot of people with titles and ranks, and I would argue that they weren't leaders at all. They were people who were abusing their positional authority, which always just made me feel terrible. Uh, of course, true leadership isn't granted by title. It's really about your actions, right? Your behaviors, the decisions that you make, and how you influence the behavior of others. Like Aubrey Daniels says, the measure of a leader can be found in the behavior of the followers. If you get the right behaviors going in the right way, well, you'll achieve the right results and you'll be able to sustain those results, right? So it's about behavior. And if leadership is about influencing behavior, then I would argue that behavior science, applied behavior analysis, is the DNA of effective leadership, which means that if you guys all in here are in some way a behaviorist, you've been exposed to the science of human behavior, you hold the blueprint for making meaningful and lasting change in your life, in your workplace, in your community, and even the world. Now, I was able to hear a little bit of what Cynthia has to say, and she talked about the importance of positive reinforcement, and that is still goes for leadership, right? Understanding what people's positive reinforcers are is extremely important. It's not just about the consumer, right? If we're working with a consumer and we're in a teacher's classroom, for example, we also need to know what that teacher's reinforcers are, because in order to get sustainable change with that learner, with that student, it means that we're probably going to need to get sustainable change with the behavior of the teacher, because in order to change and sustain these learners' behavior, we have to change the environment. And the adults in that environment, in their environment, are going to be the most important pieces, right? Those are the classroom leaders. And then I also heard, and I love this, I hope I don't screw your name up, Tinuola, talk about, not looking at top-down positions, right? Not coming in like you were in a hierarchy. And again, I really support that, and that's very in line with my own personal values. Now, just a little bit about me. I've written a number of books here because it's my passion to disseminate the science of human behavior to help people better help themselves and others. I write all the time. I've written hundreds of articles, not academic. I don't like writing academically. It's not my thing, right? Hundreds of articles. I'm on LinkedIn. They're all free, accessible. I have a toolbox, the behavioral toolbox, which is my newsletter. I have a mission of empowering people to better help themselves and others through the science of human behavior. Because I believe if that we can unlock behavior, we can unleash potential, right? And I think if you're a behavior analyst or a RBT or anything like that, any type of behavior, you would agree with that. I believe that in the end, it's about impact, not intention. That's something that I heard, I think Tinuola mentioned at the very end about social validity. We need to understand how our behavior is impacting others, right?
Oh,
And
they are
that's
going to
measurable.
stop it, and I don't have to.
Um, One thing about me is I don't care about people's power. That's where the positional authority piece comes in. You can have all the letters around your name. You could have written a ton of books. You can have great big cars and nice jewelry and nice house, and essentially lots of power and influence. What I do care about is how you treat the person with the least amount of power, right? That's how I'm going to judge you, and I'm going to treat you accordingly. Um, uh, I believe in keeping things simple. That's where it says KISS there. And I believe that emotions are important. we're behaviorists, and we're like, well, we can't talk about emotions. Well, of course we can. Radical behaviorism said that emotions are behavior. They're just covert behavior. They are private events, and we need to recognize that our private events do have an impact on what we do. But we also need to recognize what we do. What are we doing? Is that are those behaviors aligned with our values, right? So while emotions might inform us, it's behavior that transforms. It's always going to come back to behavior, right? The behavior and the results that we are producing. Now, a little disclaimer here. A lot of times you'll come to talks and they're going to be showing a ton of research, a lot of data, and I don't do that. I believe that, and this is just my own personal belief, that we can solve 80% of the world's problems with 20% of the science. And I believe that because I've used just the practical application of the science to turn around failing schools that nobody was able to turn around. Very high poverty schools that were struggling with lots of behavioral challenges campus wide, failing organizations where people were quitting left and right, and even failing fighters. I'm a former boxer and a professional mixed martial arts coach, and I have fighters at the local, state, national, and even world champions, right? Lots of champions, all using the practical application of the science. So I believe that if I can do it, anybody can do it, because I'm not diving deep with the science. I'm just using the fundamental principles, right? So today I want to talk to you guys about leadership, and I want to connect it a little bit to some existing theories out there, right? So we're going to connect it to evolutionary theory, behavior analysis, and then finally adaptive intelligence as that applies to leadership. Because as I mentioned earlier, everything comes back to leadership. Leadership is incredibly important. And what you're going to learn is that we need to be a leader of our own life as well. So if you've ever followed Darwin's theory, we know that this is about adaptation, right? About natural selection, behavioral adaptation. Is that the organisms that had these wide variations, that had traits that were able to survive in the environment, they end up surviving over time, right? It's the giraffe that had the long neck that could actually reach the food. That DNA actually continued on, right? So over time, the environment selected those species traits, right? I think there's a lot of research to support that. And if you believe in evolutionary theory, then you believe that's the way that we've continued on. And what we know is that through evolutionary theory is that the organisms there are ultimate cause to reproduce, right? And we have to survive to reproduce. And we have all these behaviors that we engage in. These are response classes, okay, classes of behavior. And we engage in these daily behaviors or behaviors that occur at milliseconds, at seconds, at minutes, at hours, days, right? We allocate our behavior towards these that allow us to survive and ultimately reproduce, right? So this is how behavior ties into evolution. Now, Skinner's theory was born out of this, right? We talk about the environment selecting the species. Well, it's the same thing. The environment selects the behaviors, right? And we can evolve behavior through reinforcement. We arrange the environment so we get the right behaviors that we want. So everything comes back to behavior, right? Which means leadership again comes back to behavior. Leadership behavior, the follower behavior, and as I said earlier, the measure of the leader can be found in the behavior of the followers. But what is leadership? Now, I've broken it down because there's a lot of theories out there about leadership. Servant leadership, which I love the idea of servant leadership, authentic leadership, love that. Transformational leadership. We hear lots of ideas about that. And we've heard about emotional intelligence in leadership. I've boiled down leadership into what I call the four hats of leadership. And you could think about them as four response classes of leadership, right? Four pillars of leadership, whatever feels comfortable to you. The first, and this is all grounded in the four-term contingency, right? And we have MOs, we have antecedents, we have behaviors, and we have consequences, right? The leading hat is really your MO, right? If somebody has low morale or we need to engage our stakeholders, we put on the leading hat because it should have an impact in terms of having a value and behavior altering impact on them. And so that's the leading hat, right? If somebody doesn't want to do something, we have to tap into their why, which means we need to know what they value. They need to see the vision, the long term. What are the ultimate causes? Why should I want to move forward towards some goal, right? Some value driven goal. Well, we might create a want for people, or in colloquial terms, we can say that's inspiring people, and inspiration is really wonderful. But now we have to make sure that we have the knowledge and they have the knowledge and skills to be successful. And that is the training hat. So where the leading hat is an MO, it's about inspiration. The training hat is about skill acquisition. Now, what we know very clearly from lots of research is that training is an antecedent. And a lot of times we think about antecedents are the things that trigger the behavior challenge that we're trying to get rid of. But antecedents in general are things that come before behavior. In training from a performance perspective, from organizational behavior management perspective, it's intended to get behavior going in the right direction. Okay. But what we know from the science is that it's the consequences that keep behavior going. And training in and of itself will only get have about a 10% impact of people actually performing the skills that they learned in the natural environment. That is the job that I'd argue of coaching. And where training is about skill acquisition, coaching is about supporting the generalization of learned skills into the natural environment. Training is about instructing or telling. Coaching is about asking and helping people to be better observers of their behavior and the impact of their behavior on the environment, right? Because when they see that they're producing some sort of meaningful, some sort of valued outcome, it's going to maintain their behavior, right? It's going to keep them going, right? Now, the final one is the managing hat, and this is about maintenance of behavior, right? So we get people in touch with naturally occurring reinforcement, with the coaching hat, and then we want to make sure we put on the managing hat to maintain that behavior. And with maintenance of behavior, that's about having good systems. And I'm going to explain to you what systems are in just a second. But good systems that have been deliberately developed to deliver positive reinforcement for value-added behavior are amazing, right? Where people, it's very transparent. People know what happens if you do the right thing, but people also know what happens if you do the wrong thing. The same way that when you drive, if you drive to work, you are using a system. And there's roadways and lines and there's rules. And it wouldn't make sense if people were getting pulled over and getting tickets all the time and being sent back to driver's school or even having their driver's license suspended if there were no rules of the road, if there was no system that guided their behavior, because that system gets you in touch with lots of positive reinforcement because we're getting to our destination, which means your behavior is under a stream of reinforcement for getting there effectively, efficiently, and safely. Good organizations, right, whether it be in the home, whether it be the classroom, whether it be in large organizations, should have systems that have been deliberately designed to deliver positive reinforcement, right? So these are the four hats of leadership, and I believe that good leaders know when to put on the right hat at the right time, or they know when to make sure that they have the systems in place to make sure that people are being well trained, that they're being well coached, and they're being well managed. Does that make sense to everybody so far? Drop a yes in here if it does. I'm going to keep on rolling on because in the interest of time. All right. So good. Thumbs up. Yep, that's perfect. Now, we talk about leadership. Everybody thinks about, like, say, organizational leadership. But I also want to remind everybody that there's self leadership where ideally you have a vision, right? And you have thoughts and thoughts that show up and you have behaviors. You want all these directed towards your own personal and professional goals. And this requires self awareness, discipline that are driving you towards values. And values are augmentals, right? These are verbal antecedents that they're motivating operations, right? They create a want for you to move towards those. They pull your behavior that way, right? They have a value and behavior altering effect. So good good leadership for ourselves is having a vision and arranging our environment in a way that moves us towards that vision. Now, organizational leadership, very similar, but now we're zooming out, right? And we're making sure that we have individual and team behavior aligned towards collective goals, right? So this collective behavior we want allocated towards collective goals within the organization. And it's still about leveraging shared values and having the system that's going to help maintain the performance, as I just mentioned, right? Systems are absolutely critical. So at the self-leadership level, you have your personal and professional values, right? You have a vision where you want, you have these values that should be uh, driving your goals. We have value-driven goals, and then we have some sort of metrics that lets us know if we're moving towards those goals. Because it's not just enough to have goals; we need to know that we're making incremental movements. If we're driving somewhere, there's lots of data that's coming in that lets us know that we're getting towards our destination, and that serves as a positive reinforcer for us if that destination is an important place for us to go. And so, when we think about our goals or value-driven goals, we should plan with the end in mind. What are our values? What are our goals? How are we going to measure moving that direction? And then now, what are the key behaviors that we need to engage in to move us in that direction, right? So this is how we plan. So we plan this way with the end in mind, and we implement that way, constantly checking on, using our measures, right, as data to let us know that we're moving. Or we might need to make adjustment, right? Or we might need to make adjustment. Oops, this keeps bouncing back. If our behaviors are not in line with our values. There's lots of ways to achieve goals, but that doesn't mean it's always in line with our values. And I'll talk about that in just a little bit. Now, if we zoom out, this is organizational leadership. It's the same principle, but now you have organizational values, and those you have value driven organizational goals, and we have lagging indicators. Lagging indicators, if you were in the States, because it's easy for me to conceptualize that. I know you guys aren't in the States, but if we were going across states, a lagging indicator might be passing state lines. It lets us know we can stop, look back, and see if we got here in the right time that we planned. Leading indicators are the things that are more the here and now. They're the mile markers coming by. They're the trees. They're the landmarks that we're familiar with, and they keep us going in the moment, right? And if we're not going in the right direction, we should be able to adjust course. And this is why it's important to have metrics to let us know: are we moving the right direction, or do we need to make a change? Now, we've heard about behavior chaining, but think about this as a performance chain. So if we want to produce this outcome, who's the frontline personnel? Now, I'm going to generalize this to the classroom because this is any organization. But let's say this is a student, right, in a classroom. Let's say they're the frontline personnel here, and the goal is student achievement. All right. So if we want student achievement, what's the student need to do? Well, they need to do their writing. They need to ask questions. They need to follow the teacher directions, whatever those behaviors are that are going to allow them to learn. Okay, if we want the student to do that, well, what does the teacher need to do? Well, the teacher needs to give instruction. They have to give opportunities to respond. They have to give feedback to reinforce when it's right, or they have to give correction if it's wrong, right? Okay, well, if we want the teacher to do this, what does the support need to do? Well, they need to train the teacher. They need to coach the teacher. And we're going to go all the way up the chain, right, to say the superintendent who sets the expectations, who allocates resources, et cetera, et cetera. It's all aligned. And from this perspective, everybody can be a leader, right? We want the student to be a self-leader, the teacher to be a classroom leader, et cetera, all the way up to the top here. And along the way, we have to make sure that people have the skills to be successful. And I find that people move right to the managing hat or maintenance of behavior without putting on the leading hat, which is, think about, for the student, that's like ascent, right? People need to know what's in it for them, right? Giving them the why, finding out what their reinforcers are, their preferences, and then putting on that coaching hat to help them behave well enough and long enough that they produce naturally occurring reinforcement. Because as I mentioned, this system should be deliberately designed to deliver positive reinforcement for value-added behavior, which means we need to tap in to people's values. When you're in that home, I know we want to change the student behavior, but we need to know what's important to that parent, right? Because it's all aligned. They need to be on board with it. Right? So we need to know what their reinforcers are. And certainly I know that they want their learner, their child, to have a better behavior, but it's the same thing with the classroom, or same thing with the school principal, or if it's an organization. If you're in an organization, RBT is not performing well, what do we need the BCBA to do more or less or different that's going to improve that? And if the BCBA, to support them, what's the executive or the director need to do to better support the BCBA? It's all chained together, right? We all have a shared responsibility. We can't just point fingers. If we're pointing fingers at somebody because they're not performing well, we're not using the science. It's easy to blame, but there's always a reason. There's always a function. And we can put on our performance diagnostic hat and say, well, is it a can't do, right? Is it a skill deficit, or a don't do? There's some sort of motivational deficit. And that's where we have to reflect on our own behavior. Are they being observed? Do they know the expectation? Have we reminded them? Are we recognizing growth more than we're correcting? Are we asking them to do too many things at once? Et cetera, et cetera. Very simple performance diagnostics. Now, to be a good leader, we have to have some level of intelligence. Right now, there's traditional intelligence that's measured by IQ, and there's things like reasoning and problem solving, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so that's fundamental to you don't have to have high IQ, and we can actually argue, and it has been argued that IQ is really about behavior, right? It truly is. Hank Schlinger talked about that. I wrote about that in my Adaptive Intelligence book. Then there was this concept of emotional intelligence, and I think this is really important. And that's measured by what they call EQ, and that's about recognizing and understanding and managing our emotions, right? And then there's the adaptive intelligence, which I'm going to talk about in just a little bit, right? And that's really about understanding the ABCs and being able to adapt and influence behavior. But let's talk about emotional intelligence for a second, right? And in leadership. Now, emotions, going back to evolutionary theory, are really things that kind of helped us survive over time, right? They triggered this fight, flight, and nowadays this fear, this freeze or fawn, um, and so they served a purpose for survival. But in today's world, we tend to respond in ways that trigger this fight, flight, freeze, or fawn response from us, but it's not really necessary. It's important for us to be aware of these emotions, right? And that's why there became the need of emotional intelligence, because people might respond in ways that are not appropriate to the situation. So we have to recognize that when we feel a certain way, that we're doing something, right? And so Dan Goleman wrote a book about emotional intelligence and leadership and said, hey, here are the core competencies that we got to be self-aware. Completely agree with this. We got to engage in self-management. That's wonderful. Yes. Social awareness, meaning like we need to understand how other people are feeling, which we're going to know through their behaviors, and how our behaviors impact them is how I explain. And we have to engage in relationship management, which means we need to know people's reinforcement, right? Now, Goleman didn't talk about those things in particular. So what he was doing was saying we need to be aware of our emotions and manage our emotions. But let's say you're working with somebody and they're still not performing well, right? And you're checking yourself and you're being kind and you're trying to support them, but they're still not doing the right thing. Well, that will get frustrating. And now you're going to be stuck in a loop where you're checking your thoughts, your feelings, and what you're doing. You're trying to speak to them in a way that's respectful and kind, and all those things that would be aligned with relationship management, but they're still not performing well. So you'll be stuck in a loop. And that's why I would say that the emotional intelligence is an important part, but it's only part of the formula to be successful as a leader, because we know we need to know why people aren't doing what they need to do, right? And we need to know how to change it. And how do we change behavior really requires adapting. And there's two types of adapting, as we learned earlier, right? There's adapting the environment, right? That's how we survived as a species. But we as leaders can control the environment of others. As species, we could not control the environment, right? It was you survived or you didn't. But we as leaders can actually change the environment in order to influence behavior. And but in order to do that, as leaders, we need to first be able to adapt our own behavior. So if we're not getting the outcomes we want, it means that we need to do something more, less, or differently, right? And we need to take a look at what we're doing, because we are an incredibly important part of the environment of others. And while we might be well intended, remember that what I said at the beginning, that's not about intention, it's about impact, right? And so we need to understand that what we're doing, and we need to change the environment, right? Us being part of the environment in a way that influences the behavior of others. Would you guys agree with that so far? How am I doing for you? Drop a yes in here if it's going okay. If you got questions, I'm not done yet, so you can save the questions at the end. I'll be happy to answer them. But how am I doing so far in categorizing? Okay, great. Getting some thumbs up here. Wonderful. So now from this perspective, if we look at these competencies, which again, I love these competencies of emotional intelligence, self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship management, we really need to have not just emotional intelligence, we need to have adaptive intelligence. And which means that we need to look at our own emotions because our emotions do influence what we do, right? We feel and think a certain way and we engage in certain behaviors, and we continue to engage in those behaviors because they produce some sort of reinforcing outcome. The problem is that those behaviors aren't always aligned with our values. It's like, I'm a fighter, so I think in terms of this all the time, right? But it's like winning the battle but losing the war. Sometimes we got to carry that proverbial monkey on our back, like I say, when I'm feeling really crappy inside, but I'm still going to do the right thing, the thing that's aligned with my values, right? So adaptive intelligence allows us to say, you know what? I am doing the wrong thing now. What's replacement behavior? How do I adapt my behavior so I can produce the outcomes in a way that's better aligned with my values? A lot of people skip this. They do this because it's negatively reinforcing. Winning the battle, right? Winning that argument in a relationship might mean losing the relationship, right? You win that argument and you feel good because you were right, but you might be progressively losing the relationship. And if you value the relationship, then you need to think about doing something more or less or differently, because your behavior of winning the argument is under contingencies of negative reinforcement, probably, right? I escape this bad feeling, I win it, and that person won't do this again. Well, we really want to engage in some sort of replacement behavior. And that sounds familiar, right? So that's kind of like a self-functional behavior assessment. When I feel this way, I do this. Here's why I do it. What do I need to do? That's like a self-behavior intervention plan. I need to engage in A, B, C, and behaviors that are going to move me towards what's important. Now, if that all sounds a little bit familiar to you, it's probably because of it is. Is anybody in here familiar with acceptance commitment therapy or training? Give me a thumbs up or type a yes if you are, if you're familiar with that. Acceptance commitment therapy or training. Anybody familiar with that stuff? Yeah. And I love it. It's amazing. It comes out of Rodney. It comes out of contextual behavior sciences. It really accounts for our covert behavior, our thoughts, feelings, and bodily sensations, right? And it says that we need to be aware of how we think and we feel. And we need, if we think and feel a certain way, well, let me show you the visual that I did here, right? There's something called the ACT matrix, and I've evolved this off the ACT matrix because one of the things with acceptance commitment training or therapy is that they don't have measures towards their values, right? So here's how this works. Now, this is in my new book, Adaptive Intelligence. We have our core values, okay? Core values, let's say that I had a core value of disseminating the science of human behavior. Very passionate about it, okay? I used to have private events that showed up for me that said, if people asked me to public speak, like to go give a talk somewhere, even a small talk in front of 10 people, I would think, oh, I don't know this well enough. People are going to laugh at me. I'm going to embarrass myself. All these negative thoughts. I've fought in front of 20,000 people before and millions of people on TV. I'd rather have done that than spoke in front of 10 people. I don't know what happened to me when I was a child. Something happened that made me just public speaking. I just feared it so much. I mean, every day for 3 months, if you told me how to speak, I'd wake up and I'd feel sick to my stomach thinking about this stuff, right? So now if somebody asked me to speak, I would engage in escape motivated behaviors. I would say, well, I'll tell you what, I really don't want to do that. But this was in the school district when I was working. I would say, I'll do the research. I'll create the PowerPoint. I'll set up the entire venue, put the chairs and tables, anything but public speaking. And they would say, great, no problem. And I would feel such relief. That's my escape motivated behavior, right? Right? It felt good. So when I thought and felt this way, I ended up engaging in behaviors to allow me to believe these feelings. It's why people do drugs. It's why they drink, right? Because it provides some sort of immediate reinforcement. But these behaviors were not in service, of my North Star, my compass, right? The thing that's supposed to be guiding my behavior, because I am passionate about disseminating the science of human behavior. So I had to recognize that when I feel this way or think this way, I behave this way. I had to recognize the misalignment with my values, and I need to engage in some replacement behaviors. And what were those? I had to study public speakers. I had to learn how to speak slower. I had to learn how to tell stories. I had to program myself to do very short amounts of speeches so I get comfortable with it. And so now it wasn't enough for me to just have values. And this is what separates my behavior alignment, comes from the ACT matrix, which I built this off of, is that I believe we need to have measures to let me know I'm moving towards those values. So what were those measures? immediate measures were like I would look out in the crowd, I'd see people nodding. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. Or maybe giving thumbs up. Or they might have smiled or they might have laughed a little bit, you know. They would come up to me afterwards and say, hey, Paulie, that made a lot of sense. Thanks so much for that. And all these served to let me know that I was moving towards his core values, which the big one was that the true dissemination is people actually using the principles of behavior in their own life, right? People come back and say, hey, I tried this in the classroom and it worked. Or as a leader, I'm seeing my teachers perform better. As the organizational leaders, their retention's going down, all because they're applying some practical principles that I told them. And this felt amazing. Now, that during that time when I was speaking, I still had these negative thoughts and feelings. I was still carrying the monkey on my back, right? I still felt anxious. As a fighter, I used to feel anxious, but I had to accept that. And if I'm focusing on how I'm feeling, I can't focus on what's important. That is what I'm doing. Because if I do the right thing in the right way at the right time, I'm going to produce the right outcomes, the right reinforcement. And as I do that, those thoughts and feelings are going to subside. Now I don't have those feelings anymore at all. This past year, I spoke in front of 4,000 people. And when they asked me to speak in front of them, I said, yes, I can't wait. I'm going to crush it. But it's because I had to engage in the right behaviors. Oops, over time. I'm sorry, this thing just does this automatically. I had to engage in the right behavior over time to produce the right outcomes, reinforcing outcomes. Does that make sense, everybody? This is what I call the behavior alignment compass. And I believe everybody needs to be aware of this stuff because everybody has emotions show up, right? That's why I love the idea of emotional intelligence, but that falls short with self-awareness, self-management. We also need to be able to adapt our behavior and also adapt the environment for others in order to influence our behavior. And this is what the emotional intelligence people are missing. And this is what those that have the science of human behavior that understand it have a leg up, right? And we can share this. Let's help the emotional intelligent people out because they're good people and it's very well meaning. They're just lacking the science, right? And so to be a self leader, we need to have this. To be an organizational leader, we just changed this to shared core values instead of personal core values. These are shared core values and collectively what shows up for us and what might we see each other doing in an organization and what should we be doing and how are we going to measure that we're moving towards the goals. So this tool is very generalizable, very powerful. Now, to finish here at the very beginning, I think it was at the just at the end of her talk. Let me get the Tinuola mentioned the importance of social validity. And my goodness, Tinuola, we are very aligned in our values because I feel the same exact way. In the end, it's not about intent, it's about impact. And if you truly value something, you measure it. And I've seen organizations that have like climate surveys or culture surveys, and I love those because it gives people voice, right? And if the leaders responding to it also gives them choice, I believe our stakeholders need to have voice and choice, whether it's the learner we're working with, whether it's the employees, right? This is how you engage your people. You give them voice and choice. Everybody thinks about positive reinforcement as being tokens and skittles and pats on the back and praise. Sometimes that stuff is wonderful, rewards, celebrations. In the end, the most powerful reinforcers for people in organizations or in any group are that they feel valued, right? And they are producing valued outcomes. And the feel valued, that's happening as a result of the behavior of the folks around them, especially the leaders. The leaders are setting up that, right? We want people to feel valued, which means we need to know what they value. Okay. In order to do that, we need the reinforcers. And we want to help them to produce valued outcomes, right? And so in these organizations, they would give like a climate survey at the end of the year. And folks, that's well intended, but I call that an autopsy. What are you going to do with data so far down the line? That data should be used to guide our behaviors as leaders. If people aren't happy, even though that's not our intent, it's still our impact. And what can we do more or less or differently? And this is why we need to give our people voice and choice, right? We need to give our parents voice and choice. We need to give our RBTs voice and choice, our learners, and all these folks, right? This is why we need to be constantly checking with people through some sort of simple social validity processes. So ABI Nigeria, I thank you for having me today. The key takeaways were about as organizational leaders, we adjust the environment. As self leaders, we or adapt the environment. We adapt our behavior. And that's what I got for you. If you want to pick up a copy of my book, I don't ever put books out because I'm trying to make money. If anybody in here has written a book, you know that you make pennies on selling books. I love disseminating the science of human behavior. And if you want to reach out to me, that's my website and my email. So thank you guys for having me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Paulie. That was very insightful, refreshing, educative, and closing. So I would like to um, thank all the speakers here today. All the speakers, you can enable your cameras and your mic. All the speakers, if you're still here, enable your cameras and your mic. Would like to see your face, clap for you, give you a big warm, 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 warm handshake and hug. So we have come to an end of this program. It was very educational, insightful, refreshing. You can leave a remark about what you took away from the program. All guests, I think we had 76, 78 people register for this event. Out of the 78, we had about 40 in attendance, in and out, give or take. They stayed all through during the break, coming back, staying with us. The event was opened by our Vice President of ABAN, Mr. Mohi Francis. And we had thank you, Mr. Francis, for the opening remark. I'd like to talk Dr. Edward Asikhia for his paper presentation. Thank you, Dr. Ed. Give everyone a round of applause. I want to thank Mrs. Birthday Asikhia. Awesome presentation and paper she presented. We want to thank Mrs. Helen Oshikoya. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Sorry, I hit the wrong button. Thank you guys for inviting me.
Yeah, I'd like to talk Mr. Dr. Okey Mazi Nwokolo. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank Mrs. Tinuola. It is called Paulie. That's called Tinuola. You gotta say
Tinuola. Tinuola, I'm so sorry if I screwed your name up there. I was trying. But I love what you had to say. Cynthia, you as well. I'm sorry I didn't get to hear
You
everybody
tried.
else.
You're doing awesome.
Good efforts.
Thank you.
This is Cynthia Maduka. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, with that said, I want to say everyone who had stayed to gain your CEU at the end of this event, you'll get an email in about 15 minutes. Please respond to the email. It's a feedback and survey. There you can put in your secret codes and just what you thought about the program and what you took away. And you should get your CEU certificate no later than 24 hours. So, any other remarks? The floor is open. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Rodney Asikhia, and I am humbled and happy to have moderated this event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rodney, for standing in the gap, for facilitating beautifully well, for making this journey a smooth one for us. A round of applause for him once again. Thank you. And at this point, I would like you all to please appreciate Dr. Paulie. It was just a short notice, and he responded. We are honored. We are appreciative of the fact that you even came in to share with us very valuable information that we all are taking home. We want to say thank you. We appreciate you and keep up the good work. Keep moving. Don't stop.
Deeply honored to be invited. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, that's it. So this is a very beautiful gathering. I want to thank all the participants, the presenters, and I am very thrilled with what ABAN is doing, giving opportunity to our behavior analysts to improve on the ability to present confidence. And that confidence is going a long way in making them or building to that mentorship position, okay, that will sustain the profession. And on that note, I'm going to sing as usual for Paulie to hear this song that I created 3 years ago. It goes this way. ABA, ABA is the profession that is joining us together. ABA is the science that is joining us together. ABA is the profession that is shaping the future. ABA. So, thank you all.
I have a word for Dr. Paulie. Thank you so much for coming around. I'm Dr. Osifo Edward Asikhia, the Clinical Director for International Training Center for Applied Behavior Analysis in Nigeria. Thank you again for coming around. I'm glad to know that you are a coach.
Thank you. Thank you.
When I heard that, I was thrilled because right now, one of the higher institutions that is accommodating the science of behavior analysis in Nigeria is at the College of Education level, which has just been upgraded now to Federal University of Sports, the first in Africa. And for sure, we have already planted the science of behavior analysis in this college, and it's going to serve as a footprint to spring up. And when I heard that, my head turned out, wow, yeah, it's a huge something. We'll be reaching out to you as we make some progress to reorder the curriculum to integrate anything that has to do with sporting, coaching, and whatever that. So have in mind.
Very exciting. Yes, reach out to me. I teach a AA in sports for Mary Baldwin University.
Yeah. So that is that. I just said, let me just make that request now because the course is open and things are developing fast. When we need you, we'll talk to you about that.
Reach out, please.
You're already there, a resource for us. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you all. Any other remark? Anything from the presenters? Dr. Okey Martins, thank you so much for always being there for us, for ABAN, for Nigeria, for the science of behavior analysis. Keep up the good work.
My pleasure, ma. And thanks for your leadership. And the future is looking bright. We'll look back at the milestones, and I'm grateful that we'll have people like you standing up for and making this difference. Thank you.
Want you back in Nigeria? When Africa needs you, need more.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ed.
More of your presence than any other thing now. Okay, we're happy. We have people like Paulie that are supporting. Then we have the resources in Africa. Look at Helen, look at Tinuola, look at Frank, and so on. It's a lot. There are other people that are not participating. They are making wave here. But they remember home. Very important. Africa needs every one of us. And I thank God what has been planted is germinating. But coming and look at the awesome presentation. I couldn't sleep. I was really like sleeping, but I had to listen to every bit. And the presentation are superb, awesome, accurate, and well delivered with confidence. Not that you are shaking, because you know what you are saying. You have the stuff. I have told you that APA right now has been deposited in your DNA.
Yes.
So there is not. If you speak ABA. If you touch someone, that person is healed. So that is the way it goes. Let it be so. Thank you, guys.
So,
Thank
Dr.
you very
Ed,
much. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank God.
Thank you, Dr. Ed.
Thank you, Dr. Ed. Thank you, Mama.
Yeah.
Mazi, I've missed you personally. Mazi, okay? We are missing you in Nigeria.
I miss you too. I miss you too. I'm glad that you're all taking on the baton. You
You need
know.
visa to say Mazi Okey.
So
Hello,
please,
Helen.
can all of you join me in expressing your appreciation to Dr. Ed, the Papa, the father of the science of behavior analysis in Nigeria, in Africa. Please, let's clap for him. He has done noble. Dr. Ed, thank you. Thank you for all your investment.
Thank you, Dr. Ed. Thank you.
Yes, it will never be in vain.
Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you.
It's all right.
Dr. Ed, we are missing you in Nigeria.
Thank you, Dr. Head. Thank you so much, Dr. Head.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Dr. Thank you, Mama.
Well done, brother.
Call it a day. It's a beautiful event.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Awesome.
Rodney.
Love you all.
Thank you.
Keep up the good
Thank
work.
you. Thank you, participants.
Keep on
Thank you.
watching the seed. Listen, everyone, before we keep on watering the seed planted by our founding father B.F. Skinner, so that that seed will not die. That seed will continue to germinate and continue to bring forth branches, fruits.
Amen. Amen.
Prosperity.
Amen.
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 Bye-bye, everybody.
Night. Night.
Night. Night.
Good night, Helen. Good night. Good night, Tinuola. Night.
Bye-bye.